I think we're live. Uh, so, hey guys, I'm not sure who's watching it, but I'm back with my new account. I'm sorry I'm extremely late compared to the time I'm supposed to start. I just kind of passed out last night. I'd been awake for a very long time, so at least I got some sleep, I guess. Um, but I still want to play the account for today, get the dailies done at least. So I'm gonna stream the account for a few hours. Then I think I'm actually gonna I need to get a lot of stuff done on the other accounts. I haven't been doing the event, and there's quite a bit of archive to do. Um, so I think I'll only play for like maybe 3 or 4 hours, and then I'll go do the stuff on the other accounts. Um, so that's the plan for today. We already had like rank 170 something. Um, so, but we're still gonna focus on ranking on this account for now. Um, I don't know if we're actually gonna get to 185 before the manifest ends, but we're gonna shoot for it. Or that's the tentative stretch goal, I guess. Um, so yeah, let's get it started. Yeah, and I also need to do the event on this account itself. So I'm just gonna play until I burn all these, all the meat that it has. So about 400. So I think that's gonna be about 4 hours, probably. Alright. Oh no, that's the wrong party to do that with. Go to sleep, my man. It's not healthy. Messing with your sleep is really bad. I say that with experience, a lot of experience. Sleep is like the one thing you don't want to fuck with. Unfortunately, it's too late for me. I don't. I definitely don't. I'm usually running on like 3-4 hours, probably. But you know, your body is rhythm the circadian rhythm. It's not just how much time you spend on the bed, but the quality of the rest also matters, right? And at some point, maybe it doesn't matter, occasionally once or twice a year, but if you consistently fuck around with the time you go to sleep, your body's not gonna fall asleep as nicely. So try not to mess with that too much. Oh, seems like I already... Before I passed out in the day, I think seems like I already did some dailies or something, right? Yeah, okay. So I did the Extreme Plus. I was in like a half dazed state around 2 p.m. I don't even know what I did. I was playing my other accounts, but it seems like I also did something here. Um, anyway, let's get through our dailies. But yeah, if my number one recommendation for people younger than me would be to not fuck with their sleep too much, no matter the reason. That also means things like Guild Wars going for top ranking and stuff like that is not worth it because that requires fucking with your sleep. If you're outside, like the, if you're not close to Japan, it's not worth it. If you have to mess with your sleep, it's not worth it. It sucks even trying to do like, yep. In case anyone is wondering, this is the music that's playing is original soundtrack for the anime Ayakashi. I really like that song. especially part 3 of Ayakasi was the Bakeneko chapter has the medicine seller as the main character, right? And he got his own anime with a similarly structured arcs later called Mononoke. So it's not Princess Mononoke, but just the anime called Mononoke, and it's really good. I strongly recommend it. Ayakasi has adaptations of some Japanese horror stories. Um, but it's really the medicine seller chapter that's really good. The other ones are pretty good too, but yep, it's an extremely beautiful anime. Kind of wish they had made more of it, but I kind of liked how they ended it too. Like they kind of took the last arc was set in like a somewhat modern era, right? Early 20th century when Japan was finally modernizing or whatever. Mm. I think I'd appreciate it if there were more chapters, but I also don't mind how the series ended. But especially Mononoke, I think it was the very first arc with the monk who has like the curse in his eye or whatever. That was an excellent arc. I think he was like, you know, I mean, I guess you can consider him both the protagonist and the antagonist of the arc, because he's the central character, right? Uh, he kind of really identify with his struggles, I guess, where he's constantly like in double mind. He doesn't know what the truth is about himself or whatever. But of course, medicine seller is where it's at. That dude is awesome. Oh, so there is one more daily mission tomorrow. Okay. Because the last day's daily mission always gives you blue sky crystal. Alright. Did I see a UBHL there? I'm not gonna join it. It's too mean. Filled up anyway, I guess. Did this one. seems like Iggy is not as popular. I don't blame people, I guess. Because Magna on Earth doesn't really do much compared to the Magna 2. But I'm not quite sure why people were doing Snake either. Probably just Quartz or something. I would actually like a sword drop. I want to build into light on the side for stuff that I can't use with dark. But I haven't really been getting lucky with that. I got quite a few claw drops though already. It's interesting. Actually could just do it from here. I really need the true animals for all of these guys. I'm blocked on getting my Seraphics done until I have more of these guys. Kinda sucks. I need like I think about 50 of each, and I only have one or two right now for most of them. All these things that you don't really think of, because you'll have more than you want of those later. But early on, man, so many different resources. Another one people complain about all the time are the champion merits, right? But those are actually fairly easy to get if you just do like high level raids. Still, you need a lot of them early on. But even things like the things that are blocking my progression right now are class points, the true animals, simple things like that that you don't even think about on an account that has gone past that stage. Like any account that's like older than 1 year is probably doesn't care about any of these. Kind of wish they would hand out a little bit more of class points at least at the start, because I feel like it's really weird and awkward. Yeah, yeah, I'm in the same boat. Right now I'm focused on ranking, right? But yeah, I have to get this dark anima. I need 30 of these for the sites as well. I don't really want to go grind it right now, but yeah, later on you'll have like hundreds of them and nothing to do with them. Are you liking the game so far? If you're already making Seraphics to that state, I assume so, because that's a faster progression than a lot of players. Yeah. So it's not a game for everyone, that's for sure. But you can approach it. I see. Yeah. In my case, I've been just focused on ranking, nothing else. Optimizes for ranking for the most part on this account, because I think ranking up just gives you a lot of advantages. But since you're an actually new player, right, that's a good idea to just actually get some grids going and things like that too. Sounds like you're doing a good job. The the goal on this account is more or less to hit um, actual powers spike with dark first. So like, and then I'll come back and cover up other elements later, more or less. But along the way, I sort of a few things that I think is of use even for new players. Yeah, at this point, I'm much further ahead than most new players are. Yep, that's what I did on day one. Um, I don't know what weapon you picked from the free weapon ticket, the anniversary weapon ticket, but if you're maining dark, I hope you pick down vicious scales. It's the strongest weapon you can pick up, especially for dark. I should turn off the costumes. I think Weber told you that did you a disservice. The Proving Grounds feast is not that bad, but yes, Weber told you that did a disservice. The scales were by far the best thing you could have picked up, um, especially for what you did, with Zoe and Kululu. People just forget about the other parts of the weapon, man. They zoom in on the damage cap part so hard that they forget that the weapon has other bonuses. Like, it's a Geno for every element, as long as you fulfill the condition. Especially for Dark, it's also like some extra skill damage cap as well. And the damage cap is soft cap. I don't understand why people are so vehemently hating on it. But it's also that for a single slot weapon, this is the most valuable weapon on the ticket. You're gonna have to farm it, right? That's the problem now. Like, you have dark meaning, but now you're gonna have to at some point switch around to getting a strong enough light to farm it, which is kind of going to be a big blocker for you, like in a month or a couple months, depending on how fast you go. But the Proving Ground Fist is not a bad weapon, and I don't know when they will run it next either. At least it wasn't as bad as if you picked, like, I don't know, some avatar stuff or something, because someone told you. But yeah, especially early on, the fist does practically nothing for you really, compared to, because it's the same argument about damage cap applies to the fist too, right? The reason to get fist is for echoes, which is another way to get around damage cap. But your autos are actually gonna be you're not even 170 though, right? Right now, so that's what you're planning to do. Is what you're telling me. Okay. Yeah. I hope you have people that can help you with that. It helps a lot if you have veterans helping you out. But yeah, to get back on the Proving Grounds thing, to finish my thought, it's basically like if someone told you not to pick up Anubis weapon because it's only important after if you are hitting Captain, same is true for Proving Grounds weapon too. You want it for Echo, but you are not going to be doing much with the Echo if you're not already capping as well. And it's a lot harder to cap autos than it is to cap skill damage. It's a really hard recommendation. Whoever made that recommendation wasn't really thinking it through, I think. But shit happens. Gotta take it for what it is and move on. Oh, I think you meant you're getting your normal opus. Okay. I can't get that because of Quartz Gate. More or less that's what I'm going for right now too. I actually already leased enough that I can get the weapon. I just don't have I don't have the quartz. Yeah. I don't have the quartz, unfortunately. I need like some selfies. Not sure why. I have a couple of summons that I can't seem to reduce. Basically, I have a Tiamat and a Celeste that I cannot seem to reduce for some reason. I can't reduce her, no idea why. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think it's equipped anywhere because it gives you that option to say unequip, etc. Right? But can't figure out. Um, I even spent like 20 minutes trying to figure out so one of the earlier days because I wanted to uncap the TF. Seems just like a weird bug or something. Not sure. But it's alright. It's just 20 quartz anyway. I actually feel like I made a mistake picking Esther. Guys, a lot of these HL raids, they have a blue chest, and it's much easier to hit that with Sarsa than the gold chest doesn't really have that many things, even like the true animals. Uh, it's really hard to quantify how much Esther has helped me. I've been doing like a lot of leeching and just been doing nothing but this, right? Um, I might have been losing pots instead of gaining it if I didn't have her, but it's really hard to say. Um, I think my original plan was to pick Sarsa. I pivoted to Esther because I felt like if I was gonna cheese with Dark, I was probably gonna have enough damage, which was correct. That part was definitely correct. I already have enough damage to go through the content that Sarsa would have helped me with. Um, but what I didn't think about was getting blue chests while leeching. That's a lot easier with Sarsa, on especially Magma HLs. But yeah, it's really hard to quantify how much Esther has helped me. Whereas with Sarsa, I would have been able to say, okay, I hit the blue chest because of her. So it might be just be that, because of that, I feel like Sarsa was probably going to be better anyway. Or yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is that it's kind of unfair to compare something that I cannot quantify with something that I could have quantified. But I think if you don't start with like a free eternal and during a very big magfest, I would still recommend going for Sarasa first. Oh, you haven't picked it? Um, did you not start during the event? Did you miss the Eternals event? Because um, you did say you did say you were only 2 weeks in. That's really unfortunate. You like after the event ended, so you couldn't finish the event because you got the Eternal right for free as soon as like you finished the event story. That's really unfortunate then. Um, but yeah, well, it really depends on what you want to do. 6 is not a bad idea either. So the 3 Eternals I was considering picking up were Sarsa, Esther, and 6. And so Sarsa was my go-to choice. On my other accounts, I went for Sarsa. I was considering 6 just to cheese with Dark harder, but there was a 6 from the event free 6, which was not bad. And then I also kind of didn't really need him because Kolulu and Joy are just strong enough early on. There's also this Carol character in the side story. So because I was going to be a free Eternal or free Event 6, which of course is not as good as the Eternal 6, but for what I was going to do early on, it's probably good enough is what I thought. Um, but as far as not picking Sarsa, it was mostly because Sarsa is really helpful early on, um, just so you can do your dailies faster, daily Extreme Plus. But I felt like if I was gonna do like hard dark, I'd be able to do it anyway. So that's why I felt like I was going to be spamming camping quests so much, and for the most part, I was just going to focus on leeching things like Kirin and um, Fasan and all that other things just to get the free weapons. So I felt like she was going to help me the most. That's why I picked her. But yeah, like I was saying, it's really hard to say how much she has helped me. That 5% boost versus picking stars out of. I feel like it's probably about the equal anyway. But if you don't have an Eternal right now, and if you're going for your first Eternal, Sarsa helps you out a lot, especially if you have a Lunalu, then getting to do 2 ground zeros basically guarantees you like a blue chest contribution on a lot of even the high level raids like Tiamat and Chevalier or Luminaire. And this is not confirmed anywhere, but I feel like you get better rewards if your damage contribution is better, even if you don't hit like the blue chest threshold. At least that's I strongly think that's the case based on my experience with the game. And Sarsa helps you contribute some damage even when you're pure leeching. But if you're gonna progress so quickly with Dark that and you're okay with ignoring like the leeching part of it, then it makes sense to just go for 6 as well. But the next skill was right now, right? Yeah, especially because the next skill war is like next week is in a week or so, a little bit over a week. So what you could do is, you can just get a 4-star Sarsa or something. Just get the first 4. I don't know how much you're planning to play, right? But if you're planning to play a lot, then you can start with Sarsa, pick 4 axes. And then switch to Fist for 6. And slowly gather Fist. Either you can try to finish like 48 boxes, so 4 for Sarsa, and then next 44 for 6 if you want him 5-star. Which I think is what I'm gonna do on this account, or try to anyway. Pick up 4-star Sarsa and get enough boxes for 5-star 6. I don't actually have bar for that though. I only have 2 bars right now. But I'm going to pretty much pray that I get a bar drop from Daily Yuba HL host. I see. Yeah, if you're going to be playing a lot, then you can do what I just said. Just start with axes, get 4 axes done to pick Sarsa, 4-star Sarsa, or at least have the option to, right? And then switch to remaining 44 boxes for 6. If you're going to be playing a lot, it's definitely possible to get that. Now we know. If you're very new and you don't have a water grid, then you should. My goal on this account, for example, is just to open the boxes, right? It's not to farm honors, especially because I'm going to be playing my main accounts. Um, so I'm just going to be focused on like basically leeching um, Nightmare 100 or Nightmare 95, the public hosted raids. I see. Even so, right, you are probably not going to be able to unlock AX Extreme Plus. I talked about it yesterday a lot, but basically what you can do is farm not the Extreme raid, but right before Extreme there's a single quest version of the same monster basically. You can probably farm that with your water, and then on the other one you can just like tweet out the raid. Don't try to kill it yourself, but just host it and tweet it out. Yeah, the very hard you can probably do with your water. If not very hard, then you can definitely do like the eyeball, which is even lower step. But of course, you know it gives you less tokens. But if you have a decent water grid, if you can do it like without taking a lot of time, then I would do the very hard on one window, on another window just host the extreme, because you can do that because one is a single quest, another is raid, right? The extreme is raid, but the very hard is a single quest. So you can fight the single quest yourself, but tweet out the raid, the extreme. And then on the third one, just like open a third window, and on that one leech like public nightmare hundreds. Even from the Twitter, if you open up a tweet deck, especially the last 2 days when you have nightmare hundreds around, it's definitely possible to get to 48 boxes if you play, I don't know, like 10 hours every day or something like that. And this is the actual Mononoke soundtrack. It was Ayakashi earlier. Sounds very similar to some extent. I think I'll try to lead a little bit of Wanglang and Kirin if there are any hosts available. Fill up too quickly, unfortunately. Hey, how are you doing? Hmm. What's the grid that you're using right now? Congratulations. Congratulations to the both of you, I guess. Should be fairly simple to hit that. I I don't even have my Seraphic in here right now, but did you pick up the Bahamut weapon yet? The Bahamut weapon should help if you have the Kin sword and then you need some sort of it has to be any katana, but any katana that's like katana or sword should be fine as your auxiliary weapon. Um, you get these two from this just going through the story. Get the claw for free. Like you can get this just from Lichin Kirin, just like the sword, right? So everything I have is like very free, And if I remember correctly, you also picked up the skills, right? So it's probably just a matter of skill leveling it. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Currently my crew is doing Bahamut HL host, so I'm gonna go host it there. Can't really contribute damage, but I have killers from my crew. We're killing it right now. Okay, so you want to skill level this. That's the problem. Also, not quite sure why you picked a Bahamut sword, but it works out, I guess. Because the Baha dagger is probably better, and you didn't need a sword in main hand because you already had this guy. Where is your skill level 20 clock? It's here. You have the sword. Um, okay, this is fine. And this doesn't kill? I'm surprised it doesn't kill. You should... did you not pick the skills? Am I the strongest guys in GBF? I don't know, it depends on context. Uh, if you're talking about guild wars, probably yes. If you're talking about like racing content, then I don't actually do it as much as some of the other people's. I have some crewmates who are very strong. There's this guy called Link. He's very famous on YouTube. He does a lot of stuff, especially for water and to some extent dark, I guess. There's of course a very famous Earth guy, Salt or OR2. But yes, as far as if you're going by guild war rankings, then I don't think anyone has done nearly as much as I have as a Gaijin. Or a foreigner. Gaijin is kind of a weird word. Means foreigner, but I think there's a derogatory connotation or whatever. So anyway, I would skill level this as Kirin Sword and just I think instead of these level 1 claws, just use the other, like, the Earth Sword and the Wind Gun for more stats. But yeah, I'll definitely level this guy up at least a little bit, like get it to like level 5 or something, and then try to farm out the same weapon I have here, right? Lich Kirin also for this bow because it gives you a very strong normal mod. Um, with that you should definitely kill, but instead of, for now, because you don't have the bow, what you can do is you use the seraphic weapon, which you should be able to get at least the first few levels for basically free, right? This guy from the shop. Seraphic weapons here. Don't want to show you the code of that room actually. I don't want them to have to carry people they don't want to. But yeah, if you go to shop, seraphic weapons, right? Search for Scythe of Belial, the very last thing basically. That will help you do more damage to the light boss because the boss is light. But yeah, so what I would do is for your grid, um, farm out the bow, skill level this guy, replace these level 1 skill, level 1 claws because they don't really do anything. Replace this one with the wind gun, replace this one with the earth sword because those are the highest stats. Replace this one with the seraphic weapon. That should kill, I think. But if that doesn't, then just go farm out the bow and skill level that to like level 5 or something. And then instead of the gun or the sword, right, run that one. That should definitely kill. He is a Gaijin, yes. He's from Sweden. Gaijin, again. His Twitter actually is OR2 SWE OR2 or something. So he's not hiding the fact that he's from Sweden or anything. It's a very well known fact. He also talks about it in some of his videos. How he has Europe ping or whatever. Summons. I'm just stacking up the highest stat summons I could. So I got this event summon from the Eternals, right? This actually helps a lot if you have this summon. I'm not sure because it gives you like a 70% dark attack. So that's actually a really big deal. You want to use the strongest dark summon you have as your main summon. So what's the strongest free dark summon in the side story? I think you started with this guy, right? I hope you have a copy of this because it's actually a really strong summon. Anyway, in terms of Guild Wars, I've done more than any other foreigner, and I have like soloed all Lucy, so there isn't any other foreigner who has done that. So by those two metrics, yes, I am the strongest foreigner. But no, that doesn't mean I'm the best player or anything. I've, I respect a lot of the players, like Link, Salt. They're all. I have a bunch of crew members who are very good. They just don't have um, all the grids I have, I guess, or the time to like spend grinding, or they focus on only one element, things like that. The game is not like very hard, right? So anyone who's willing to put in the time and effort can get very good. No, no, I'm not playing full time really, especially on my main accounts. That's what I was saying. Like I play a lot less than some of the other players on my main accounts. So a lot of the things like racing for gold bar stuff. Some of the other people probably are better. They might know more than me because I only do that occasionally. But yeah, I think Billy, if you just put like the seraphic weapon in there and replace the level 1 class with the high level weapons, like I said, you'll probably kill it. Um, Depends on if you have the summon or not, right? Like you want a strong dark boost summon here, because this guy is actually helping me out a little, quite a bit. 70% dark attack is very strong. It's my turn to host. So this is something that you guys could do as well, I guess, if you can find a crew that's willing to help you kill Bahamut HL or something. Or you can, there's actually, you need song to be able to do it really on your own, but you can just host in co-op. So there are a few guides on YouTube on how to host it, but basically you want to host as Elysian with enough, so the class Elysian, right? This class, and you want to use a harp that gives you debuff success as your main weapon. So let me just make the party right now, I guess, then we'll talk about it. So if I wanted to just host Bahamut HL every day, right? Then I would switch to like Elysian here, and then the rest of the weapons don't matter, but you need a harp that helps you get debuff success. So the one that's always available is from what makes this guy blue one, Dominion Harp, because when you Ogi, it basically lowers the debuff resistance on the boss, right? So you'll be able to land your debuffs better. Fill out the rest of the grid with whatever, it doesn't matter. Then for characters, so I don't have her. Other characters don't really matter, just whatever helps you survive, right? But you need the Eternal Song here to do paralyze the boss. So actually, I'm gonna show you on my other account. Should have this setup somewhere. So this is the setup that I'm talking about. Um, this setup, right? So you need song, then other characters don't really matter. You need a weapon that helps you land debuff. As far as the skills, you also want like Soul Soloist. People actually call this Pilfer, but it basically does the same thing as the Ogi. Helps it reduce the damage, the debuff resistance on the boss. So my this thing died just now. And then you want Charm and some sort of debuff. Usually people bring like Blind or something as well. Then the other option for party members, you can actually include um, this Zodiac called Monkey if you really want to guarantee that you'll land paralyzed. So the reason you want so much, debuff success is so that Song has this thing called Paralyze, right? So if I were to show you here, right? So this is the boss, and you definitely want to land this paralysis. This after Seogis, she has the option to land paralysis. You don't want to do it early, but you want to do it at 50%. So by 50%, your goal as a Elysian support is just to make sure that you have the paralysis ready and that you land it for sure. So it helps if you have like a Thor of your own. Otherwise, you should bring like a Thor support or something. There are a couple other things you want, like if you have a breaklock summon, that helps. Otherwise, if you have Esther, you can break her. You can bring her for just breaklock. Because the goal is to just make it very easy for the damage dealers to survive and deal damage. Um, and as long as you do that, then it doesn't really matter what rank you are. You can just go host in co-op, put in title like I have Bahamut. I'm hosting Bahamut HL with like song and all the debuffs. And then people will just come kill it for you. So like all this information is on YouTube. I think Cyantrail, who is also in my crew, another Grand Blue streamer, he has a video on that too. If I want to sell him for a second. But you want to do like daily hosts like that, like if possible. You want to host Bahamut HL every day. You want to host Bahamut HL every day as early as possible, because the 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 hostess gold bar has the highest rate, and it's the only one you can access as a new player, right? You're probably not gonna be able to farm it actively like these guys are, because these guys are. This is more or less what we're going for as well on the account, right? To be able to carry something like this setup, but we're not there yet. So what can we do? We can just host it and let the current carries kill it. So you do need to take a little bit of turns to have paralysis, right? So you need to take just a little bit of turns so that your song has Ogid, and your harps debuff lands on the boss too. You need to Ogi once basically with the party. Then you can just wait. But that's if you do it on co-op, especially in co-op during around this time when the Japanese players are active. It's gonna fill up very quickly. But if you just like try to tweet it out, it's possible that it will not fill up very quickly, and in that case you might want to have some damage yourself. But especially as a new player, I would recommend against tweeting it. Just go host it in co-op. Wait for like a few rank 250s to come, at least like a couple, very high rank, some Dark Soldiers kind of thing. Whatever the current meta is. Right now it's Dark Soldiers, but it doesn't have to be Dark Soldiers when you host it. The meta could change in the future. You just want some high rank damage dealers basically before you start. Yes, if you want to host it yourself, you need song. Until you have song, you need help from like someone else. So you need a crew member who is willing to help you out or something. You know, that's why it's important to join a crew or something, because then you can just sit on their rooms, let them host, or you know if they have strong enough veterans to kill it, then let them kill it. Nice, nice. I got my Kirin. Yay! So I actually have. I had two drops, and that was my third drop, and I bought one from the shop. So I have my Kirins. I'm very happy. So that's actually one of the core summons we were going for. It's going to be our main summon basically for a very long time. Yeah, at least a lot. Like, yeah, it's very hard. You have to camp it, and you know you have to hope that there are more than one host at the same time. It's a very high demand rate. think I ran out of the soundtrack. Alright, let's listen to something else then. It's obviously filled up by now. Did all of this right. Don't have Rose Crystal. One for Rose Crystal. So fast, man. Unless there are two hosts in a row, it's just like I can't even get in. check up on Casino for today, I guess. Tend to forget about Casino, honestly, on my other accounts. So unfortunately, don't have that luxury on this account yet. That's good enough for today. Honestly, a lot of people actually just use a casino bot or something. I've never done that on any of my accounts, but I don't blame people. Casino is bullshit. It don't exist. Same guy tweeting a lot of codes that are either already dead or not filling up. See how this is the same guy? I know that at least some of the raids there are like Twitter trolls, because the way these tweet decks work is they basically parse the tweet message, right? So if you actually, send the same tweet out and just change the raid code to some random shit, then it will actually show up here. So it might be doing that, because I noticed like it's the same guy, right? It's the same guy like tweeting like every so often. It could be that he's in a train or something and tweeting out the raids, and they either fill up really quickly or are dying or something. That's probably the more likely possibility. But I know that there are people that definitely troll for high demand raids. Like, they just troll around a little bit. Which is unfortunate and very annoying. hard enough to get in the raid, at least. Don't need you to make it harder on us. Alright, my Siva died, my Grimnir died, I've only had one host crystal, okay. Man, does that raid fill up though? I wish my Baha will build up that quickly. Metatron, no host crystal. Avatar is the only one I have host crystals for. Just focus on one element at a time, basically, and primarily focus on getting strong burst damage. So focus on like as much damage as you can pump out in like the first 2 turns or so, because you're unlikely to get more than 2 turns in very active times, which is when you want to be farming them, because otherwise they will farm too slow, right? You don't want them to die slow, because that's just gonna take far too long. It's better to I guess you have no choice when you're starting out and you don't even have a strong grid. In that case, you know, you're just gonna have to join a slow train. Like if you go to co-op, right, you'll find a lot of restrictions depending on your power level. Like search for impossible set item players disable, right? You'll find trains that say trying to farm. So I don't see any right now, but because mostly it's Akasa or some other raid. Right. So that's what I was about to say. So for Akasa, for example, people say you have to be above rank 190 to join this, right? But similarly, you will find trains where people are saying you have to be below a certain rank to join, and those die a little bit slower. So that's really the one big disadvantage of ranking up fast, like what I've been doing. You cannot join those rooms, right? But that's okay, because in my case I don't really want to farm it that way, but that is an option, especially when you're very new, right? One option is to, yes, see, right, this guy is saying 185 below only. For this is not for M2, but for M2 you will see people saying like only if you're below 170 rank or below 180 rank or something like that. Those rooms will just die slower, right? Another option is some people will say, okay, instead of full like 18 man or 30 man, right, you can say we will start with 10 people only, so that all 10 people are able to get blue chests, right? Or in the case of Magnitude, you will see a lot of rooms, even though they are not 6-man raids, the host makes a train with 6 people. So that, you know, because top 6 can get the red chest, right? There's a chance at least. So that's why I like to establish 6 people, so that first of all 6 people can get blue chest. So you know the guy who's hosting the train usually keeps track of everyone's honors or something. Now that is not actually possible in the game without using a third-party tool. But if you wait until like 50% or something, or you know, until like at least everybody has died or something, so you can host it yourself, right? You don't have to wait for someone else. You can, if you want to do that, right? There are definitely other players around your rank, around your strength that are probably looking for it. So you can just go, you know, you can set the repeating quest to set however many times, right? Player limit is like 18 player or something. You know, you can say, okay, I want rank 150 or higher, but then you can say here below 170 only, right? 170 down or something. If you want to know the name of the raid, they are on the wiki, but you can also just copy someone else's here, right? But the wiki has the name for all of them. So if I were to open up a new tab here, go to the wiki. If you go to, let's say Europa, right? And Europa raid has the name for the raid. So you can just say this guy, right? 18 times, and then below 170. And you can create a train yourself and just say like, you know, we're gonna start with 6 people. You're gonna have to like get someone to help you with the translation, or you know, you can just look at what when someone else is hosting, you can copy that or something. They're usually, I think a lot of the big discords actually have translations for all these things pinned somewhere. That's one option, right? If you're very new. But I would actually recommend that you focus on ranking instead, and just do daily hosts. Focus on getting one Magna 1 grid in save. So for main wheel, I would focus on wind first. For dark and light, focus on dark first because that's easier to pump damage out with. And then just summer Juichi it basically. Make like a Christ hour setup, right? And then do it in your strike time so that you can join with Wang Long in your strike time. I can't show it right now because it's not my strike time, but you could make a Christ hour party. Try to get characters that can do like the highest damage in one turn. So for wind, in my case, this is not the strongest. I don't really have that strong characters, but this is probably the strongest I can do, right? So if I were to do it in strike time and get like a Wang Long support, then I can get 2 Ogis off, right? And now my grid is like too weak right now to really do it very effectively, but even this I think I can probably hit blue chest during strike time if I were to like at least skill level these guys a little bit. And if I got time to actually press the skills, which I probably won't. On Twitter you won't really get time, but focus on one element, skill level everything on that element, right? And then farm the other element. So if you are focusing on wind, farm earth with it. Then once you have the earth and Magna 2 grid, then farm water with it, right? So you focus on one at a time basically. If you really want to farm Magna 2, but in many cases you can skip Magna 2 entirely. If you're just focusing on like Highlander grid, then you can just especially if you get lucky with the primal summon, or if you get lucky with some of the other elemental summons, then you can kind of skip Magna 2 entirely for certain elements. Like Earth, if you're going for the Evoker Kaim, then you can completely skip Magna 2. Earth Magna 2 that is. Assuming you get like an Alex or Gorilla or Titan, and you can definitely ticket Gorilla, right? That's an option too. There are many ways to play the game basically. Magna 2 is not the be all end all. Highlander is better than people give it credit for, especially for Earth, right? For Earth, like the Evoker himself enables Highlander even further. So other elements, okay, maybe people don't like it so much. I really like Highlander for all elements because I think it, for example, on my other account, right, on this account, I never found Wind Magna 2 because I got lucky and I got a GBF. It's a completely free-to-play account, by the way. I didn't spend any money on this, but this is my Highlander setup, right? Like Wind Highlander, I got lucky with Grimnade on the last winter roulette. Got like 2 or 3 copies. Then I just spent a couple of Dama bars to get this. Then I think I sparked Monica just for the weapon. But these 2 are the only grand weapons I have, right? Everything else is free weapon. The bigger deal is that I got lucky with Grimnir, not Grimnir, Zephyros, but Grimnir would work too. And this grid already does basically anything I might want Magna 2 for. It already does everything. Like I use this last Guild Wars. It has a very good kill time on even Nightmare 150. I could like full auto in like 7 minutes or something like that. Especially because this a lot of the primals, they actually have Highlander is good if you want to do damage, but there is also the option to, especially for like wind, there's also the option to like just pack HP and some garrison weapon. So I like Highlander because it enables FTB primals very well, right? So like this is my grid for farming normal content, but if I want to farm some hard content, I don't have to spend on grand. Like I never grinded Magna 2 on this account. Actually, I did spend my, I did do my daily host, so I do have the harps, but I don't have the anima to uncap them. I bought some of them with my pendants and all that. I'll eventually complete it on this account too, right? But I don't need to. So there are only so many things you can grind at a time, right? And it's much better to focus on like actual endgame, like getting bars, for example. Like on this account, right? I have 4 bars right now after getting all the Eternals, right? So like I have all 10 Eternals at 5 star. Actually, I don't have Neo, so that's -1 bar here. I just haven't spent the time to get her. But I have 3 bars after getting all the Eternals and some opuses, right? And I haven't finished Magna 2. You don't need to finish Magna 2, right? Like I have dark opus, I have light dark opus, I have wind dark opus. I don't have the and I have water dark opus. I don't have fire and earth dark opus yet because I didn't have 18 time for the fire guild war, and the earth guild war is not here anytime soon. So I'm gonna bar like the fire opus next, right? And then I'm gonna bar the earth opus next. But even after that, I still have 1 extra bar right now, right? So like I focused on dark on this account, and I have setups that let me farm like I can use this setup to farm Bahamut Shell, right? I can use this setup to farm Akasa, right? And I can use this setup to farm Bahamut Shell, right? So it's much better, and that's kind of what I'm going for on the new account too, right? I'm going for an end game early, right? I'm going to kind of skip Magna 2 except for doing daily hosts. I'm going to focus on like getting to the end game first, and then depending on if I get lucky with the gacha and get like primals or not, I will go back and cover other elements later. Like on this account, I did the same thing, right? I just didn't do it on the stream. I went heavy on dark. Actually, on this account, I actually started with Magna Wind first because back then Wind was better to start with. I think I didn't quite have. There was no Highlander for one, and they were not giving out like a free skill level 20 claw for another. So when I started this account, which was November 2018, Wind was the better. So I played Wind for like about a month, and then I switched to Light and Dark on this account. But same thing for Light. I never found the Magna 2 Light on this account. What I have is a Highlander Green. Highlander works just fine, man. I can full auto in like nearly any dark raid to death. I can even like take this to Bahamut Shell when I'm bored, leave it on full auto, and I will end up with like Vice Chest or something. And of course, because now this account wasn't a completely brand new account, it was a starter account because I had been rolling on this account for like 1 year plus before I started playing it. So I had some extra resources, right? And because I had because I have been playing it for over a year now, so he has like a lot more characters and things like that. But the point is, you don't need Magna 2. Like I don't have Magna 2 Light on this account. I don't have Magna 2 Wind on this account. I don't have Magna 2 Earth either. Like my Magna 2, my Highlander setup for Earth. Right. I mean, this is my Highlander setup for Earth. Like I don't even have a bunch of. Actually, I have the Katana now. I should update this grid, but. And this is good enough to farm like Europa or Kaong or whatever water. If I wanted to farm something, I can farm it. This is good enough to farm like the new jellyfish as well. The only thing you really need to play Highlander is you need to get lucky with the summons. So for example, on this account, I don't have Titan and I don't have Alex, right? But I have Marduk, which gives me 140% push to Earth attack. So that was the only thing I needed. And of course, for Earth, I made Kaim as well in the future. Actually, I haven't even uncapped him completely, but Kaim gives you this boost to Earth allies. Like basically, he enables the Highlander thing, right? Kaim was the first Highlander thing, and then the skills were the second thing. So this is actually a super strong grid. It might not look like it. It's very cheap. The only thing I did was I got lucky with one AK and I barred it. You get a lot of free bars. I haven't even bought out all the free bars. Like I have 12 bars left, I think, on this account. Or 7, okay, less than I thought. But still, 7 bars is a lot, considering I already used a lot of my bars on the wind and dark grids a little bit, right? But I am a big fan of Highlander. I think it lets you Um, it lets newer players have a very strong grade without. Yes, so if you don't get lucky with grand weapons, right, and especially if you don't get lucky with summon, in that case you have to pick an element, right? You have to pick an element to go into, and I would recommend dark, because with dark, with the other grids also, right? Like what I have the wind, I have the earth, Highlander, like I said, right? And I have the light. But, and I mean, this is what I was thinking on that. Like, before I started showing you all the other things, right? I just full autoed my avatar with that account, with the Highlander grid. It's just fine. It's perfectly fine. It does much better than people give it credit for. But the thing is, those elements I cannot. Well, I got another keyring. That's kind of funny. It doesn't hurt to have more keyrings. Um, but basically, with dark, with the Islander grid, you can go farm gold bars, right? Whereas the other elements, I can't quite farm gold bars. So that's why, if you have to pick an element to make a targeted spark. So for example, on this account, on that account, I targeted Black Knight for her weapon, right? So, like, this is the Highlander grid that I first made, and so Zui I sparked. The first character I sparked on that cannon was Zui, right? Vagabond I got lucky with, but you can sub-ticket it, right? And I actually got so lucky with Vagabond because I sparked Zui on. I don't remember which banner the Kolulu was out on, but I sparked on that banner for someone, not Kolulu, but for someone else, and I got like a full copy of Vagabond on that because it was a release banner. So I kind of got lucky with that, right? But even if you don't get lucky with it, you can just support ticket it and then Dama bar it. I Dama barred this. You don't have to. It doesn't have FLV, but I wanted more stats, so I Dama barred this. Then I did a targeted spark of Black Knight, right? So my second spark was Black Knight. The rest of the weapons are free, except for this. Because this was a pure FTP account, I actually got it from the Moonsop. But you can support ticket it, right? I got it from the Moonsop because the plan on this second account was to not spend like a single cent, and I haven't actually spent any money in the game on this account. The only thing I did recently was because my water was very weak, I got someone to give me like a Glamblue versus code. That's the only like non-F2P thing I have for this weapon. This is the only non-F2P thing I have on this account. Everything else was like, by playing the account and sparking things myself or just getting lucky. But anyway, if you have to pick an element to make sparks for and to focus on like a Highlander grid, I'd focus on dark right now anyway. It might change in the future, but right now dark is very strong. Like this grid is like very cheap grid, right? The only grand weapon is this one, and I can farm Akasa with it, right? Like, anyway, all that to say that I'm a very big fan of Highlander, and I don't understand why people hate Highlander. Yeah, at some point, some of the magnetic grids are not bad, like wind and earth, right? And even water, compared to the primal. If you don't want to spend a lot of money, then water magnitude is fine, right? But the thing is, with the Highlander, you can skip it. So on that account, I actually did farm Europa last year. So I do have the magnitude on that one. I play magnitude water on that one. But I had the option of making a water Highlander. I just haven't gone around to farming Kaong. Anyway, the biggest reason I like Highlander is just that being able to skip some of the magnetic grind, because it costs a lot of berries, right? It costs a lot of time. It costs a lot of quartz. If I can skip that and just like focus on gold bar farming instead, then that's a very good thing. But I do try to like fix up my grids for each element by the time the guild war comes around. What else I was thinking here? I think another avatar. Yeah, Magna on water is a little bit painful, but it's not the worst. Like, you can use it to farm Geno fire whenever it's around, right? And as long as it can do that, it gives you a head start on the fire grid, which you can use to farm water grid. So a lot of these grids that are bad, you should think of them as just intermediate step, right? They are not the ultimate goal. But you don't need a water grid until there is like a fire event to farm, right? Like on this account, I'm not gonna really worry about water grid at all for now. But there is going to be a proving grounds next week for Earth, and I'm kind of screwed on that. It's actually coming out in like 2 days, I think. Yeah. I don't have any Earth characters, and I'm not sure what I'm gonna do for proving grounds on this account. Probably gonna skip it actually. I would like to get 1 copy of the weapon at least, but if it's too much trouble, then I'm gonna skip it, because Water Guild War is going to be in 2 weeks, right? Or week and a half. And on this account, I don't have like the time to focus on that right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ignore the honors for Guild Wars, and I'm gonna focus on just getting boxes open, right? I'm just gonna leech to get more tokens. All I'm gonna try to do is get 4-star Sarsa and 5-star 6. And I don't care about like personal ranking and things like that. So I'm not gonna get some very good valor badges, and I'm not gonna get the guaranteed SSI ticket and things like that. But that's okay, because as a new player, the more valuable reward is just the token boxes, right? I just want to get my Eternals, so that's what I'm going to focus on. And for that, I don't need a water grid. What I will do is basically what I was telling someone else earlier. Just farm out the eyeball, and then just host the extreme, tweet it out, people will come get it, and then on the last 2 days I will just leech Nightmare Hundreds. I will do that off stream though, because I have to play my main account. I'll try to record it, I guess, at least maybe a couple hours. It's the same idea, so you don't need to see the whole thing. But it's very fast token gain. If you just focus on leeching on the last day, it's actually a lot faster than you might think. So I'm not saying you have to go for a Highlander at each stage, right? Like, I think Highlander makes sense to optimize for people that already have 1 grid that they can go to Highlander for, right? So like, the reason on this new account I went for Highlander right away is because they gave me a claw, right? Like, if there was not a dark ULB claw that they were handing out for free, I probably would have not considered it. But between the claw and the Joey Riven and Kolulu's weapon, I would have a lot of damage right off the get. Otherwise, I would still have picked the weapon, because I think that it's still like the strongest weapon to pick. But I would probably like play Magna 1 Wind or something, at least like the first few weeks. I'm not 2275. I haven't been playing my main account because of this account. I am like, I don't know, 263 or something right now. I'll try to get to 275 before Magnafest ends though. I'll be there, I'm pretty sure. I think, let me check my main account. What's my rank right now? I'm 265, so 10 levels to go. And my other account is like 253 or something. 254. And this one's like, what is it now? It's 173 or 172. Okay. Yeah, I think as long as I can get to 275 by the end of the Magnafest, I'm okay with that. Even if I don't get there, that's still okay. It's not the end of the world. Because there's not gonna be a new rank until like next year, right? See, I don't have to get there on first week. Actually felt really bad last year because I got to 250 right away, and then the entire year, you know, I was wasting rank points for all the stuff that I did. Okay, so I think done with all the magnets I can host. I don't want to host these guys because I need these guys for Seraphix, so I'm gonna hold off on hosting the bunkles for now because I need the elemental anima for Seraphix. So that means it's time to switch to event. And I'm gonna play until I run out of the meat, basically. As soon as I finish the event meat I have, I'm gonna, because I haven't done the event on my other accounts, so I need to go do that today. But I have like about 400, so that's what I'll be doing now. I'll just be, I think I'm done with Wanglong and Kirin 2 for now. It's nice that I got a full Kirin, because now I don't have to worry about that. As far as like uncapping my Kirin weapons, I need to host Wanglong and Kirin myself, so I need to wait until next Rise of the Beast anyway. So more or less I'm as far as reaching the high level raids go, I have completed that. But you can use what I'm doing for the event as a model for Guild Wars, right? But in this case, I'm farming the camping quest, but you could be doing something else, you know. If I wanted to get more tokens in the event, right? Now these things don't actually give any tokens once you clear them once. But in Guild Wars, there's going to be like some single player quests that you can do that still give you token. So that one's too hard. I don't want to do that one. But this one, for example. And then I can host the impossible on the other side. So during Guild Wars, I would be like, you know, farming the meatball eyeball here, and then hosting Extreme here, and then Leeching Nightmare on the third one. But basically the same idea. Try to delegate the actual damage dealing to other people if you're a new player, because I can't kill this very fast anyway, right? So if there are other people interested in killing it, then it's like they benefit from killing it and I benefit from they're killing it. The problem is sometimes people don't join. But during guild wars you won't have this problem. If you are wasting meat during guild wars and you tweet it out, it will die within seconds for sure. And then, like I said, while waiting for that to die, you can go join someone else's host, right? The only goal is to get tokens. Open as many boxes as possible. Even for events, honestly, this is not a bad idea just to do it for events either. Just that right now there is a more important quest to focus on ranking. But outside of Magnafest, I'll probably be doing the same thing, kill the event raid that I can kill here, and then go leech someone else's impossible raid, just to be able to get to 20 boxes faster. Because event boxes have lots of good rewards, especially Guild War, but even outside Guild War, event boxes have lots of good rewards. But Guild War boxes are also both cheaper a little bit. They also give you Eternals, and then more importantly, the reason they are better than these normal events is because everything dies faster. So you can just pure leech tokens faster. But even for this event, right, just kind of casually playing it, I'm already at box 10, which in Guild War that's box 14. So if you focus on the last couple of days and focus on leeching, I think if you play 4 hours on the last 2 days, especially the last day, if you play maybe 5-6 hours, and assuming the servers don't go down, which is a separate problem. Sometimes the server starts going down on the last day because it can't handle the load. Assuming that doesn't happen, you can open a lot of boxes even as a brand new player. You don't need anything other than berries, which this is one of the big reasons I recommend a starter account if you're a new player, because a starter account has probably 10,000 berries or something like that, whereas I don't have any because I actually registered this account last month, right, 19 days ago. But for now, for today, this is pretty much what I'm going to do for the next couple hours. Just host Impossible and farm rank. I think I'm probably gonna get to rank 175, and then probably gonna get to box number 17 or something like that, or maybe only 15. I'm not sure. Good morning. How are you doing? I started the stream like very late. Yesterday or last night, I guess. I don't know, a couple hours ago. I was I wasn't sure if I should call it late night stream or early morning stream because it was like 3 or something when I started. But I still wanted to like, especially I was not going to skip yesterday because I have a whole bunch of event materials to get through. So I'm just trying to finish this up because the event's trying to run out. Hey, thanks. Do I want to come in with this guy? No, I'll do some damage. Nice. Go for it. It's okay to die for sure. Especially once there are 13 people in there. For events, yes, but I already have a lot of boxes open, right? Uh, it's like 750 or so. If you have average luck, it's about 750 or so to get like to 20 bucks, assuming you do all your dailies. But in this case, I can't really farm extreme myself, so I'm not sure how many tokens this is going to be. Because I'm only hosting extreme, rather impossible, which has different tokens, so I'm not sure how much it's going to be, because I haven't done this before. Hey, I didn't get nothing for that. It's okay. So many people with FLB burial, man. Where's my burial? After I'm done with this account, I might do the same thing on like on an account, starter account that has like Belial, Sariel, Hades, all the characters from the get-go. I can show you like just how much faster a starter account can do it. An account that you register is a lot slower compared to a starter account. I believe if I have a starter account, I can get to endgame in like I can get in like maybe 2 months. But for this, I think it will take me like 5 months. But even for a starter account, though, if unless they have also been like unless they have already unlocked Arkaram, they don't have the Arkaram tickets, I guess. But other than Arkaram, everything else you can do it so much faster. Okay. But even if you are focusing on like dark or as a new player, it makes sense to focus on one element. You should still do like your daily hosts for other magnas and whatever raids you can host, for that element. Depending on how much time you have, right? Like if you don't have enough time to host all the things every day, that's fine. Just host whatever you can. But I would at least host like your normal magna and hard plus every day, because you want to build up a fodder supply and quartz supply for all the elements. So and you also definitely want all the summons, MLB or at least FLB. Um, MLB at the start and then FLB, right? So that's why. So in this case, for example, I'm almost at FLV for each summon just from doing daily hosts. I've only been doing it for 2 weeks now because I unlocked them on day 5 or something, right? But for example, if I were to go look at my Tiamat, I think I'm very close to being able to FLV her. Yeah, so I only need like so just by doing my daily Grimnir, I got lucky with a few golden animals, right? But even if you don't get lucky, like in about a month you should have all the summons FLV, all the Magna 1 summons. Because the summons are actually the most important thing, right? They give you the biggest boost even compared to your greed, and just early on that is. And just by going through the story, you get a lot of free weapons, right? Like for wind, if I wanted to focus on something like a Magna Grid. So right now it's like a Highlander thing, right? But I could, if I wanted to, make like a Highlander version, like a Magna version, where just from daily hosting I already have like a bunch of guns too, but they give you one gun for free, right? And then they give you one feast for free. Then they give you one complete ULB gun for free. So there's a bunch of things that you can get for free. This one's also free. This is a Seraphic free weapon. This is not a bad weapon. You get it also for free. The Celeste Spear. It's good for win because it has a primal enmity, big primal enmity on it. So even for Magna it's okay. These are not free, but I can try to think what I would use here. If I were to try to play Chrysaor, I would have no choice but to pick some of these guys. The Arkaram weapons are actually really strong early on. They only go to skill level 10, but they have Magna mod on them. So if you need to fill out your grids, Arkaram weapons are very good weapons to fill it out with. Then as for this one, there's a side story sword, but I don't think it's very strong. Still, it's a sword. But like, you could do something like this, right? This is the Shadowverse Extreme EX mod, unknown mod weapon from the Shadowverse side story. It's the earliest one you can pick up at any time. I'll replace it with a Geno at some point. This is from Neza. I got lucky with just a daily host or something, but you can also buy it from the pendants up, right? You can buy it with its so that's actually the normal version, which you can buy it with its faces, right? Weapons, primal weapons. So you can slowly build up on these guys. It's not a bad weapon to have on the Magna Grid. The Magna version itself is also not bad. I don't have that one, but that one you can get from Prestige Pendants. I would not recommend it though. Maybe because these weapons only go to skill level 10 right now, maybe one copy is not bad. Actually, did they already get their on cap? On cap isn't in, right? It's on cap is in on like the 7th. So in 2 days, these guys will have on cap. Then they become much better, but I would still not recommend pendanting this one because the other weapons are more important. That said, on this element, on this, I think I actually already pendanted the Earth Harp, right? Pretty sure, yeah. Because I wanted a strong Magna weapon for my Highlander grid, other than the ULB sword they gave me. So, if you know exactly what you want, go for it, I guess. But generally, save your pendants for like AK Sax or something, because those are the better weapons. But yeah, I wanted to fill out this grid. That's why I pendanted one copy of that. I'll probably just FL with that sometime. This is a very strong, very strong weapon, especially for the current beta where you don't care so much about multi-attack, because you just want to like do a couple of Ogies and run out. Right? For most of the farming that you do with Earth, you're just like trying to pump damage in like a couple of turns with Chrysaor or something. So it's a very strong weapon for that. So it's got the strongest Magna mod even compared to the ULB sword that they gave you. Where's my sword actually? Oh, right here. This one's for free, right? Then they gave this one for free. They gave that one for free. This is just a Seraphic. But yeah, the point is just even if you're focusing on one element, it's important to at least do your host for the other elements. It doesn't even take very long, right? If you just tweet it out, people will come kill it. And if you don't do it on outside of Magnafist, it might be a little bit slower, but that's why you need to join a crew that's willing to help you out, because then you can just ask your crew to come kill it. Actually, if you can get a dedicated killer, like a veteran player to come kill your raid every day, then you can even get the Vice MVP chest, right? Which will help your progress faster a little bit. But it's okay to just like publicly tweet it. I might as well go through this story, I guess. I need to host Lucy, but I'll do that tomorrow. I need to host Lucy so that I have the Lucy Heart unlocked. So you can just join like the big discords and ask people for help there as well, but try to find a crew that's active, even if like it doesn't have to be 30 people active. Even if you have like one other player active, right? One veteran player active, that's gonna help you out a lot. It doesn't even have to be like they are completely at the end game. They can one turn everything. If they can kill things faster than you, that's good enough. And by giving you their hosts, right, you also help them get stronger, because they're gonna get the host chest or the MVP chest rather, and you're gonna get the host chest. I'm actually so hungry. I didn't eat last night because I kinda just passed out, which is why I was late on the stream as well. I hadn't been sleeping very well, so I slept in, but that also meant that I couldn't go to the grocery shop yesterday. And they closed early thanks to COVID-19. I'm actually pretty hungry right now. Take better care of yourself, guys. Times are scary, so you need to be a little bit more careful. Thought I was out for some reason. So the nice thing is I've been getting half potions. So I think by the time Magnificence ends, I'll have like 1500 or something, which is very nice. Because outside of Magnificence, I'm going to be losing pots like crazy. That's still a pretty good one, right? Zodiac plus the Primal Summon. More importantly, you know, it depends on how old the account is, right? Because some of the older starter accounts, they have like 6 gold bars. Yeah, maybe, I think 6 or something. And then they have like 6 sunstones and like 12 dama bars or something like that. It's crazy how much the game has given you out for free. Give me stuff for free. So, and you know, just from like collecting stuff during the festivals, you should have like 10,000 berries or something. Right now, you know, I have to worry about, okay, will I run out of berries? Which is why I'm not, you know, focusing on like Wanglong and Clean so much. But if I had like 20,000 berries, I won't worry about that. I would constantly leech it, right? Until I got everything. Oh, he died already. That was fast. That sounds like a 1-year-old account, slightly over 1 year. Yeah, it's not like from 2016 or something, but you know, that's still much better than like starting out with your fresh account, right? So there are a lot of people with like alternate accounts like that they have been rolling on for free or for fun or something, and you know, a lot of them are willing to give that to new players for free if you ask them. So you're gonna have to find them, of course. But the other option is to just buy things in the market, and the ones that you can find in the market will probably have more limited characters and summons. And if you're willing to spend money on the game at all, then it makes a lot of sense to start with one, because it's actually gonna save you a lot of money, and more importantly, time and resources. see. It's just that, at some point, people will start running out of alts. But that's okay, because you can always make a new one, right? So, now, of course, Games frowns on it a little bit, so try not to overdo it, but having more than one account actually helps you, like even as a new player. If you have another account that you can, you know, reach daily rates for, right? So like, say you have one veteran friend helping you out, but if you actually start two accounts at the same time, then on the other account, basically you get a double dip, right? Like on the vice chest and the second vice chest, because the third guy also has like a slightly higher rates for getting drops. And especially long into the future, when it comes to doing high level raids, a lot of the times it's about starting the raid with someone so that other people come join. Because if you are trying to host a co-op room for, let's say, Bahamut HL, right? If you're alone, it's like the carries see that and they're saying, oh, nobody's interested. Like one person, like, just gonna die too slow, so I'm not gonna join, right? But if you can get like a friend to join, or if you can get another account of your own to join, and there's like 4 or 5 people in there, then the carries are gonna see that, oh, there are people in there that might die earlier or something, quicker or something, so they'll come and join and things like that. That's one benefit. Another is technically against the terms of service, I guess, but you can play the same raid with the 2 accounts and help each. One account can do half the damage, another account can do half the damage. That way it dies faster. So let's help each other. Something like that. To some extent, multi-accounting is very common. It's just don't overdo it. Still have 300 materials to go through. I'm going through them slower than I thought. But I suppose the impossible raid doesn't die as fast as the extreme. Especially we're a little bit past the prime now. Or we're in the middle of the prime actually, but that means people are probably doing like EVA normal trains and things like that instead. Right, so I actually want to join one, but they're of course gonna say above 200. I'm not quite 200 yet. I don't even have the host. Pretty sure I have the materials to trade for it though. think that one will die before I join. Same with that one. $72K, I think. Slightly, just a little bit above 72K. Assuming you kill it yourself, right? But that's also a lot of waste, because if you're planning to just do extreme plus and nothing, it's going to... If you can actually kill extreme yourself, right? Extreme plus yourself, then you should instead, sure, kill it for your boxes early on, but after, let's say you have maybe 3000 meters or something, host Nightmare 100 instead. You're gonna get more honors that way. If you just do the same burst that you're doing on your Extreme Plus on Nightmare 100 and tweet it out, you're gonna get more honors, and the tokens is gonna be almost the same. It's gonna take longer, right? But you're gonna get better rewards back. Right, but for Nightmare 100 especially, it's okay to open it to the public. If you don't have a very fast skill, it's okay to open to the public. Let the weaker member come in, of course, just so he gets participation tokens at least. But if you care about speed, you can just open it to public. Water is weird. Water is in a really weird place right now in terms of grids. But one ball is not the worst thing you can get because it's also a very very strong main hand. It's like the problem with water is it has many variations of the grids, but neither one really stands out, so you don't know which one to go for. And neither one is actually very strong competitive with other elements. That is, on element water is fine. It's just outside of the element. It's really weird. In a kind of awkward spot right now. So I can't say no. I wouldn't recommend investing into water primal right now. Outside of like the free-to-play Highlander, somewhat Highlander versions. I mean, unless you have a very strong region to, you shouldn't sunstone anything. Might as well, I suppose. Well, he's 2 EP instead of 5 EP. Might as well get some more. This is not dying fast enough. Oh man, the rank requirements are going up. 180, 220, 180 above. They'll probably let me sit in on the 181 now, especially if I come towards the end. They'll probably let me sit in there. But the problem is, it'll die too slow. The train will die too slow. And I wanna keep hosting. When you're inside a train, you cannot host a raid. But I want to keep hosting this raid, so maybe if I run out of it, I do want to do a train. Yeah, the reason is because everybody's doing something else, like the Yuba normal trains or something. Akasa, Yuba, Dharma, etc. That's the time right now, right? Like all the strong players are doing that right now instead. So maybe I should do a train with itself. That one's no rank restriction. No rank restriction is a bad idea. Maybe I'll host on myself. Yeah, I haven't done the event at all on my other accounts. So today I'll be doing the events for like at least the next 5 hours or something. Even after I'm done here. I also need to get a lot of archive tickets today. I have like 80 tickets on my other accounts, each account. And they increased it to 90 tickets, right? But the weekly cap is still 50. So I wanna make sure I get some this week, so that during the Magna Fest I also get I don't get capped out from the Arkham points. I want to be able to host all the tickets next week, so I definitely have to host some of the tickets today, somewhere around half. are in a temporary crew before you join for the guild wars. Let's see. Congratulations. I didn't get a single Wang Long actually. I got a Kirin. I wanted Kirin more, I guess, but Wang Long would have been nice too. No, the idea is because I'm going for a primal Highlander, right? I mean, double Kirin is okay actually, it's like under certain circumstances, but it's so I don't need my own Hades because this account doesn't have Hades. So I'm going to use Kirin as my main summon. But double Kirin is okay sometimes. For like, so I don't have Hades, right? But if I really want an early Kirin so that I can refresh conjunction or something, there will be times when I will do double Kirin. Good night. Motocalc is so there used to be like one guy who used to own the whole thing, but he left, and now there are like 3 versions or something. I've actually not kept up with what's the best Motocal right now. Let me look it up. Oh, you mean Nighthound? Because the 101 thing, right? I wasn't sure if you meant like. I wasn't sure if you meant that or if you meant you're tuning out for the night, because the 101 thing also looked to me like could be an emoticon about pulling your covers over or something. So I wasn't sure. So I decided to play it safe. And wish you a good night, which I wish to anyone who's sleeping. It's important to sleep. Don't mess with your sleep. 9 AM. So you're in the East Coast. Brazil. Right, I think I remember you telling me that. Still have 300 to go through. What the heck? So I've only burned like about 100 in the last hour. That means it's gonna take me 3 more hours to burn through this. Significantly slower pace than I was hoping. On the other hand, it seems like it's more token than I thought. Seems like I'm gonna potentially end at like maybe even 20 bucks just from that. I've been leeching a lot of the event trades too, I guess. I didn't really plan on doing that so much. Getting really lucky with the nightmare procs. I was like one every eight. It's like 100 tokens per proc too. What the heck? Seems like I got another import. Yep. It's 4 in a row. I was waiting around to see if I should join this Sakasa. I don't want to join it if I'm gonna cause it to fail. But looking at how quickly it was dropping HP, it looks like it has enough carries. Akasa is another red while the Magnus is still going on. Because he's another set of weapons. I already used it. Yeah, Wang Long and Kane will die really quickly. So if you can get into the raid, you can expect to get the weapons completed fairly quickly. The only problem is getting into the raids is kinda tough, plus there aren't enough hosts to rely on that. Outside of right the best. Blue chest gold bar. That would be the funniest thing. I didn't even get the blue chest. It would be the funniest thing if I got a blue chest gold bar on this account. Randomly reaching. Because I haven't gotten a blue chest gold bar even on my other account. Ever. Despite farming them like crazy. What happened to my raid finder? Oh no. I can't play the game if the raid finder's dead. I really wish they would add search functionalities for raids in game already. I can understand when they started out, you know, they didn't want to spend resources on it or whatever. I know, right? Okay, which one do I want? I want Akasa. Which Akasa? Alright. I'm going to assume that these two things are dying. I can probably pump out like 300,000 damage myself anyway. But I'm going to assume that they are dying. I just want the weapons. Akasas tend to die pretty quickly. Tweeted Akasas anyway. There are people competing. Normally I wouldn't come in here until I could blue chest this, but I want a couple of the weapons Akasa would use. If I have to just free leech for that, that's fine too. Okay. Can only join 3 at a time. So. Let's find some music. Man, they fill up quickly, huh? I was hoping to join some of the older ones so that you can join the ones that are dying faster, but seems like they fill up too quickly for that. This is going to get worse once UI Chelmut gets nerfed in like 48 hours or something. Because Akasa is probably going to be the most reliable source of gold bar farming at that point for most people. So it's going to get even worse. Joining Akasa is going to be a battle of its own. I can do the honors and kill it. Should die, I think. Yeah. Responsible leeching, guys. Rank 173. Okay. 12 more ranks, then we have next HP nodes, which is very nice. If I can get to 185 before the Magnificence, that will make a lot of the stupid things on the side very easy. They all need my help cleaning up. I'm not even sure if I can clean this one up. Probably though. Actually, think I have about... Well, purification is pure damage though, right? But it's probably not gonna do me any damage because it's my turn one. I should leech enough, I think. Could do 2%, but I think if I had near I could have done it, but too bad. Time to go out. Either this thing's gonna die, right? Oh, never mind. What? Oh, he hasn't died yet. He just left after getting his 1.5 billion. Okay, you'll kill it then. They really do fill up very, very quickly. I should probably farm Akasa myself then. The biggest problem with Akasa was that people aren't really doing her for a little bit. A couple of months into her release, people were not doing her anymore because they were done with the weapons and she just died too slow. But then the power creep got to the point where Dark can just mow her down. So at this point, it's probably the best way to farm for gold bars. When you're doing solo anyway. If you have a party set up to do like UBHL, then that's faster slightly. Also less stressful because you're not racing. But then drop rate is getting nerfed on that very soon, so. And the drop rate on that was already the same drop rate as Akasa. So if that's getting nerfed, then in like a few, it's like 40 hours or something left, Akasa is going to be the best rate to farm for gold bars. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to play at least a couple more hours to finish the event on this account. I suppose I don't have to do it all today. Could do some of it tomorrow, I suppose. I want to do a train in particular. is way more popular than I thought. People are already retreating on this one. Seems like everybody died, right? I think retreating is the smart choice here. Should come with the Kirin instead, so that I get 2 turns of conjunction if necessary. This one already looks suspect. 4 minutes in and it hasn't even gone anywhere. I think I should just join the Twitter ones instead, because at least there are carries in there trying to farm it, so the failure rate is probably less. This one I think I can kill. Plus, seems like some people are still alive. Should be able to clean up 2%. Interesting that they kick you out to the home page. Kick me out to this tab so that I can join the next raid. It's actually kinda annoying that there's a priority tab for the event but not for this tab. They should really add an option to just go to this tab directly. This one was suspect, should have looked at the timer. Hopefully it dies. This from trains or something? Well, it's 20 something minutes in. It's about half HP, yeah. It's all from different trains people are doing. Uh, so I talked about this on the first few days a lot, but to reiterate, I guess sort of just a very quick overview for people who are new and haven't really followed what I was doing before. Um, so my goal with this account is to just kind of leave like I guess a series of video recordings or vlog or whatever you want to call it. Uh, Taking this account from scratch. I registered it 19 days ago, so it's not a starter account. Um, I recommend for new players to consider getting a starter account if they decide they want to play the game for seriously after you know try the game out for a couple of weeks, and then if you decide you want to actually play the game, then please consider a starter account. It's going to save you a lot of headache and money and even time and resources. But anyway, um, this one's not a starter account. This one's from scratch because I wanted to whatever I was doing, I wanted it to be very reproducible, right? So the goal for this account is to get to a stage where the account can reliably do endgame stuff, which is basically, I guess, for example, that means you can farm bars reliably. So like what these people are doing, right? In Akasa, for example, um, or be able to race in the Proto Bahamut HL, or be able to do Ultimate Bahamut HL carry rooms very reliably, or at least be a strong contributor. Because I feel so. For that, I'm focusing on Dark right now because Dark is currently the meta element in Grand Blue Fantasy, and the other reason is because Dark is actually also very easy to start out with, especially now that they're giving a couple of free things at the start. So a couple of the very key weapons that will help you right away on day one are Ultimate Limit Break Claw, right? You always call skill 20, and then with the weapon ticket, I was able to pick up the skills of Dominion right away. So just from these two weapons, and the fact that there was a Magfest running, I was able to start off very strong by just leeching around for Kirin. Actually, included Seraphic here to show someone else earlier, but I actually have the Kirin bow. So my goal for the account was more or less to just show like a very quick progression path for people who might be interested in progressing quicker. I'm not saying everybody has to play like this. Not everybody has to forego everything else to just grind out rank, for example. But I'm just showing like certain things that people might not know. For example, multi-boxing, I think a lot of people might not be aware of just how useful it is or just how common it is. Things like putting bookmarks and things like that. So that's the kind of things that I think very new players can pick up from this. But my actual target audience is probably more like people that have played for a few months or even maybe a year or so and feel like their progress has stalled, right? And they want to approach endgame, but they kind of don't know how to. That's at least when I started, I thought that was going to be my primary audience or target audience that I had intended for. Because brand new players, I think what I'm doing, like I'm already like rank 170 something, right? At this point, like I've already gone way past what a material that's targeted at brand new players would focus on, right? So I think, but nevertheless, I think the stuff that I was doing on the first week, especially if you're a new player that wants to like unlock some of the content really quickly, then I would check out like the things that I was doing on the first week on this series, because I believe that even if you are not planning to play the game extremely competitively, it still helps to unlock some of the contents early. Like I would still recommend for players to focus on ranking up until they get to rank 101 or even rank 120, so that they can unlock Magna 2, right? And especially every day you want to host all of your Magna raids. But if you're not rank 120 and if you haven't unlocked your Magna 2s, then you can't actually do them faster because you have to do them one at a time, right? But if you get to rank 120 and unlock your Magna 2s, then not only can you start hosting your Magna 2s, but you can also do these guys faster. So things like that. I just want to. My goal with the account was to just leave a trail of, hey, these are the things that you should consider to progress quicker, to maybe be a little bit more efficient with your grind. But as far as the actual goal for the account itself, I just want to get to a state where the account can reliably farm gold bars, can do like endgame content, like even Lucilius HL, be like a contributor and not just a leech. Um, but yeah, that's kind of where I will stop. Um, I think it'll take me about 5 months probably, um, mostly because I need near to do some of the things, right? Um, the evoker, and I think I'm gonna play tomorrow's. Um, Getting near is not gonna be easy because that's like an explicit time get. Other things I can probably speed up, but to get near I have to kind of take some time. And to answer your question, yes, drop rates do help in the camping quest, but you don't need that much actually. So I'm already maxing out the drop rate, I'm pretty sure, um, because of Esther. But assuming you have a drop rate boost summon, which I don't, okay, assuming you have your own Nobio or Rabbit, then the only things you need to max out the drop rate boost are this Dragon Bar V in the grid, right? One Dragon Bar V, one White Rabbit or Black Rabbit or Nobio, and then the drop rate boost, the Journey drops, because during the Magnifest it's 2x boost, right? Those three things are actually enough. You don't need Esser, and you don't need a support summon. You don't need a support Nobio or support Kaguya or anything like that. The only things you need are your own Nobio or White Rabbit. Of course, Kaguya is better drop rate even. But that, and then the Dragon Bar V and the Johnny Drop boost. That's enough to max out the Johnny Drops for this raid. But in my case, because I don't have my own White Rabbit or Nobio or Kaguya or anything like that, right? I don't have my own drop rate boost summon. That's why I'm using a support summon for that. And actually, since I have Dragon Bar V, I could drop SR, but I don't really have characters to level. So earlier, when I didn't have Dragon Bar V, SR was helping me max out the drop rate. But the drop rate itself has a cap, right? And so that's what I'm talking about. Like you can max out the drop rate, and beyond that, you don't need to have extra drop rate. But the drop rate does work on camping quest. It helps you get gain pots instead of lose it. Yeah, and so I've been trying to like have some intermediate goals along the way. I haven't really had time to like sit down and really write down a complete map of goals and things like that. But I've been trying to every day like kind of have a goal for the day kind of thing. For the most part, because I strongly believe that ranks help a lot. I've been focused on ranking up, but I did do things like along the way time limited events like the cap is something like 1 point something percent. You can go to the wiki if you really want the numbers. It's like let's go to the wiki, I guess. Let me pull up the wiki. So does it have a page on that? No. I know it has a page somewhere, but I don't know how to get to it. So 30% booster drop rate. What? How do I get to this page that I want to get to? I don't remember the title of the page. Okay, I will ask someone to basically link to that page when I find it. Yeah, maybe if I search for bounty, it's gonna link there. Okay, I think drop rate should also link there. I'll ask someone to add that. So the wiki is the wiki is community hosted. You should try to support it. They have like a Ko-fi link here. If you find the wiki useful, which you probably will, because it's one of the better resources. The game doesn't tell you anything. But anyway, let's look at bounty. Okay, there's also that drop rate boost cap. Yep, nice. But yeah, they talk about that's pretty much. There's a cap here. Yeah, if you want the maths, go in here. But I know that for camping quest, what I talked about is enough. Have your own white rabbit or any drop rate boost summon. Have Dragon Barbie in the grid, and then have Journey drops active. So yeah, there are a lot of things in the game that the game doesn't really explain, unfortunately. Um, that's why the wiki is very very helpful. You should try to support them, I guess. I'll ask someone to link because I didn't even think about bounty to search to that page. I think drop rates would be another word that searches it for it. But yeah, for today my goal is just to continue ranking up. I was originally thinking that for Magnafist I was just gonna get to rank 170, but they extended the Magnafist, which helped me actually get to 170 because otherwise I would not have been able to. But now I'm like trying to get to a stretch goal of 185 before the Magnafist ends. Because so my original goal, so the first key rank point is of course rank 101 because that's when you have access to HL raids so that you can start getting pendants, prestige pendants, right? These things are very useful. So try to cap them every week. It's very easy to cap. You just like join some random HL raids and just do a little bit of damage. Even if you do your daily hosts every day for Magna 1 HLs, that's probably gonna get you there. And the nice thing about this is that this is one of the only ways in the game that you can progress with a sort of any sort of guarantee, right? Because otherwise the game is pure RNG. So if you're really unlucky, it's extremely unlikely that you're not gonna get like at least Magna 1 weapons, because the drop rate on those are so high now that you're essentially like if you host every day, you're gonna have a Magna 1 grid in no time for any element. But for harder weapons, the only way to progress is really to trade for them, guarantee progress that is. So prestige pendants come in really handy for that. And there are also a few other things, like for example, so far I haven't really traded for weapons so much as I've been trading for um, distinctions to unlock my class. Now a lot of players will tell you that that's kind of a waste, that you should farm your distinctions from co-op, which might be correct, but there are only so many hours in the day, right? And I was trying to focus on other things. So I think um, sometimes it makes sense, to invest resources early on into something else. So I even spent some moons on getting class points for my classes, right? Because I'm trying to get them quicker. Um, so it's like it's an option. I did get a bunch of distinctions from co-op because, like I was saying, I did even though I'm focused on new player things like ranking up, I did want to show like okay, let's say a time limited event comes, right? Like this event is also time limited. I'm trying to box it, but more importantly, there were events like Xenos and Rise of the Beast running when I started the account the very first week, right? So I'm a brand new account. There is no way I can actually like do this, Xeno properly. So what can I do? One option is just get a veteran to kill the co-op version of this slowdown quicker for you, so that the co-op version is what's used as host material, right? So if I were to go search for example, Koro or Diablo, where is the host mat? So these things are what you use to host the Xeno raid, right? They drop from the co-op. So this one is for the wind version, this one's the light version, etc. So you can either make a room with like other players, or you can. It's especially nice if you can get like a veteran player to just kill it faster for you, because most veteran players can probably one click it or even zero click it depending on their setup in the co-op. So I did that with on another account of mine. I list a lot of co-op Koro and co-op Diablo, which did give me a bunch of distinctions, but unfortunately those two co-op rooms don't really drop the distinctions I need so much. I think I got like maybe 30 or something for Bandit Tycoon at least. But the rest I just you know, I don't mind trading pendants for distinctions early on, and even traded gold moons for class points to get some of the classes I wanted. Um, so, but for doing the Xeno, what did I do? I just like the we you know I found some really weak grid for both light and dark, right? Dark it was easier because I had I was targeting dark, so I had some characters for it. But for light, I just used some free characters that I got. Then I used some really wonky grid. The grid already looks stronger than what I used because I already got my Bahamut HL, Bahamut weapon to like Koda, and I got my Xeno completed, but I didn't have this, right? So I used some really wonky grid to. I traded for like the 0-star version of the Xeno weapon. I skilled it to like level 7 or something, like just like this gun. It's not completed yet, right? And then just did a Xeno Diablo Extreme. It took some effort to figure out how to do it, but I also got lucky with like Mugen or something, I guess. But you can still do it with even just the free characters. Um, I did it slowly on the side just to get a little bit more pace, but the primary thing I did was Elite co-op to get the host material and then just host the Xeno raid over and over, right? That's actually the most efficient way to farm Xeno anyway. Like even if you are a veteran who can really seriously kill Xeno Diablo very quickly, you still want to uh, be host tweeting on one window and then doing the actual extreme on the other window. Um, but as a new player, you can't really kill the Xeno extreme yourself very efficiently. So the more important thing to focus on is just hosting it, right? And to host, you need to lead co-op. So a lot of players might be overwhelmed by the idea of, hey, how can I get some of this time limited content, especially as a new player. So my other goal with the account was to just sort of leave like possible things you could do as a new player to get some of the time limited content. Like I got all 4 Xenos from that Xeno event, right? I had to play a little bit more hours than I wanted to, perhaps, but it wasn't too bad. I actually got really unlucky too, so I think decent luck players should be able to get it even quicker. But I got all 4 Xenos, and that was like week 1, right? The Xenos were running when I was like 1 day old or something. I was still able to get them. So things like that, I just want to leave like leave a path for, because I think for a lot of so I was really unsure who my target audience should be for this, because on the one hand I want to do things that probably only make sense for very new players, right? Like veteran players already know that, hey, this is kind of like the grid to go for. This is kind of like the things that are strong and things that are weak in the game. So on the one hand I want to target a brand new player who hasn't really played Grand Blue first, and I have actually gone into a lot of a lot of the days I've actually gone into discussions where I discussed things like how the weapon grid works in the game, the different mod types, and how they are multiplicative and things like that. And I've talked about like bookmarks and multi-boxing and things like that, which are probably more helpful for a brand new player or a player who hasn't really played the game for too long to know those things themselves. But I still think that what I'm doing is really more for someone who already kind of understands the basic mechanics of the game. So I've been uh, leaving a disclaimer every day whenever I talk about things for new players that please try to enjoy the game for what it is yourself, and then once you know for a fact that hey, you like the game and you want to come back to you want to like play the game seriously a little bit more, and you want to speed up the grind a little bit, or you want to just focus on getting stronger a little bit, that's when I think what I'm doing is something that you should consider following to some extent. You don't have to do it exactly the way I've done, but I think it would be a good reference material, um, and I think it's a good reference material depending on whatever state you are in. So I think I have had a few people here already who were like rank 90 something, but they haven't really. Um, they've been doing like their daily magnas, but they haven't got into Magna 2s yet, right? So for such players, I would recommend, hey, get to Magna 2s quickly, and if you need to help unlocking them, then you can use the fights. I fought them very early on, like day 5 or something, right? You can use those as a reference to sort of like, hey, I can do this. A lot of players would not even try it, right, on day 5, but it's possible. Um, so I want to first make a point that hey, it's possible to progress very quickly if you want to. So don't be scared of the game as much, you know, because I feel like a lot of the casual people, especially, are very scared of the game, or they think the game is more grindy than it is, which is kind of weird to say because the game is very grindy, and I'm grinding a lot, right? But it's uh, it's it's easier if you know certain things. If you're optimizing for certain things, then it gets better. So I do want to at least help the new players get a little bit of an idea of the sort of things that they could be doing. But my primary target audience is still players who are maybe at the stage where they are doing their daily magnitudes. They understand okay how the weapon grid works. They're familiar with a few characters, and they're wondering like okay, um, I want to get to I want to be really strong. Like I want to become like an endgame carry really quickly. And what are the things that I should do? Uh, and that's mostly what That's kind of the state I'm in already, right? Even though I've only played for 19 days or so, like um, around this rank is when people are probably gonna want to know, okay, oh, which elements should I focus on, and what are the kind of things that I can do to speed up uh, the process towards the end game. So some of the things that I'm doing right now, for example, like ranking up is very important. It's even more important for um, players around this rank, I think, um, because that way you get access to trains that have resources quicker. So like you definitely want to host, for example, all the one of the things that you need to do for sure is host all the gold bar raids every day, right? So and that includes Proto Bahamut HL and Ultimate Bahamut HL. You want to at least host those two every day. Now, Proto Bahamut HL, as a new player, you don't really have much choice. You could tweet it out, but it's probably going to fail. You're gonna need some help from some veteran person to help you paralyze the raid or something like that at least. Otherwise, you can go to co-op and host the raid and ask for carries, but your carries are not going to join unless you're going to provide them debuffs. And the most important debuff, which is paralysis, you cannot do that until you have the Eternal Song. So you're going to need a veteran player to help you out. So one of the things that you should do is go join a crew or something like that. That's for brand new players, right? But I'm assuming, like if you have been playing for a couple of months, then you already have Song or you are planning to get Song very quickly, very soon. This should be one of the Eternals that you could get early. I'd say, in terms of Eternals, I'd say for new players, the progression path is probably Sarasa, Esser. 4-star versions are fine. You don't need 5-star versions of those. And then 5-star version of whatever element you're focusing on is probably okay. So especially I really think players should focus on Dark early on. So getting 6 is okay, but other than that, you should really get Song, just so you can host Bahamut HL every day, or you can help someone else host Bahamut HL every day. Plus, Song is very good damage for your light grid. Um, C has been overpowered, etc. There are memes about Song is not useful, etc. That's true, but C is still very very helpful for intermediate and new players. Same thing with Sarasa, right? Like people would say that Sarasa is not important anymore because she has been creeped out, which is correct. But 4-star Sarasa still goes a long way in terms of quality of life, and you should try to get her. Esther, actually you can skip if you're already like rank 150 or something. Then I think you can skip Esther because at that point you have access to raids where um, you have blue chests, right? So you want to focus more on getting blue chests rather than just pure leeching at that point. And even for blue chests, like Sarasa probably helps out more than Esser. But if you are like very new player, then Esser will help you out with just leeching and stuff. Um, but I would say at least get Sarsa Song, Esser. Consider those three, no matter what element you are. But anyway, I am going to focus on dark very heavily. I've been focusing on dark, but I'm going to make any resources such as sparks. So right, all of that is going to go to dark at the start. I already, in fact, during the last leg phase with the 100 free roll, I got Ray. Actually, didn't pick up her weapon. I probably should do that at some point, but I'll do that when I can actually uncap it, I guess. But I got Ray, and that has already been very helpful actually. Um, so my progression so far, right, in terms of characters, I picked Zui with my limited ticket for the year. Um, then I picked Kolulu with my start dash, even though I started during Flash Fest, so I had other limiteds in there. I wanted to get strong really quickly, so I just picked her. I got really lucky with Black Knight. I got her for free basically, which also gave me the Blood Gang weapon for free. So that was nice. But otherwise, I would have sparked her. I would have stood up in my next spark target after Ray. Ray I sparked just because we had a lot of free rolls on that day. Um, so I only had to spend like 30,000 or something crystals to get her, which still leaves me on track. If I wanted to, I can probably spark next month or definitely during the summer banner, right? So my next spark is probably going to be in the summer banner, summer flash fest or something. Um, now, actually, there isn't really a dark character other than Salem that I want to get for now. The next character that I want to get is from the gacha is Salem, right? Um, both for her weapon and for herself. There is also Olivia, but I'm focusing more on NBT side, so I don't really need her weapon. It's not a bad weapon actually, even in the NBT Highlander. It's very strong, but Halil does more for me, I think. Halil or Salem, so I'm gonna go for her next. But my plan is right now just to try and get my Highlander Dark Grid as strong as possible. I'm getting like the Xenos along the way just to help myself out along the way, but eventually it's going to be very NBT heavy. So some of the weapons are already definitely going to be there, but the claw is already going to be there. The bow is going to be there. Probably one Xeno is going to be there, even at the end. The staff, that's like I picked the staff because it's gonna stay with me the whole time. The Mammoth weapon doesn't make sense. I'm gonna replace it with probably a Blood Gang. What else is there? It's gonna look very much like, I mean, I can just show you the other account, I guess. Right, so let's see here. I was actually planning to join that raid, I guess, but I didn't. It's going to look very similar to whatever I have in here. So this grid is very cheap to make. I can kind of already make it. I just need a Gisla, which I'm going to get with 30 moons or next support ticket. There is one character I want from support ticket. So my next spark is going to be Hell, but my next support ticket is going to be Lunalu. But I'm kind of hoping I get Lunalu for free. I'm kind of hoping I will roll her during my spark or something, so that I can support ticket Gisla instead. But if I cannot support ticket a Gisla, then I'll buy it from the Moonsoft. That's okay too. I don't have anywhere near 30 moons right now though, so that might take a while. I'll decide when the support ticket is here if I should ticket Gisla first or Lunalu first, because Lunalu is really core only for the UBHL setup, and UBHL setup is getting nerfed, so I don't know if it really makes sense to pick her early. I'll get her sometime, but I might move Gisla ahead of her. But anyway, this is pretty much the grid I'm going for. Soldier setup, farm Makasa, something similar to this, and then a UBHL setup with the Lucha, so I don't have the proving ground weapon. Um, Whenever it's background, I'll farm it. Uh, Most importantly, I don't have near, right? She's the she's probably the only thing that's gonna take me the longest. Everything else I can kind of rush through and get early, but it's gonna take me a long time to get near. But yeah, the bullet grind is not that bad. I think it's grindy, especially for a new account. Because I don't have all the materials stockpiled from just Guild Wars. Because Guild Wars used to give you a lot of those materials, right? They're nerfing that too, which kind of sucks. But yeah, that's more or less what I'm going for. So it's a very long answer, I guess, because the biggest reason the answer is kind of complicated or long is I'm still not sure who my target audience should be with this. I know it's like a lot of the things I'm doing um, helps out new players more, like brand new players, but then brand new players kind of don't understand what I'm doing anyway. So it's like it's I wasn't even sure if I should do this because of that. My first attempt actually, I decided not to. Like I did like 2 hours or something practice recruiting before I started, and I was so unhappy with it that I was not gonna do it. But then um, a friend of mine was like, I might as well just do it. And I'm like, okay, fine. So I blame my friend for getting me into this, but not really. I've been wanting to do something like this on stream for a while because I feel like this is sort of an area that isn't really there. Like there are resources for brand new players, but a lot of them don't focus so much on they focus more on okay, here is how to farm this Magna 2 or here is what surface level like new players etc. But there is not like an actual action, right? So I want to leave like something with an actual action, um, and just like people can follow it, can come back to refer to it whenever they need, right? That's the plan. I'm just gonna leave it out on the internet. I'm gonna play this for like 5 months, I think. And then whenever I get to that stage, I'm gonna stop streaming this account. Um, I'll call the project done whenever. Basically, as soon as I can farm gold bars and I get a couple gold bars from all the raids that I'm talking about, I'm gonna call it a day for this account. But I think because near is gonna take me so long, along the way I will have the opportunity to also build other grids a little bit, so I can show like, hey, if you focus on getting really strong with this element, then you can go back in and fill in the other elements as necessary. So I think I'll at least have opportunity to show in one guild war that hey, even as like a 4 or 5 months old player, you can actually go really crazy in guild war if you really want to. I'm probably gonna go for like I don't know, top 100k or something. Whatever gives me the 100 valors at that point on this account. Just from full auto, because I'm obviously going to be playing my main account. So I'm gonna just full auto it all the way through. Okay, now to host my impossible raid again. Somehow closed my other account. It's also for fun. I actually enjoy doing this quite a bit. Um, you can consider me crazy, I suppose. So I really enjoy doing it for my second account. And then I felt like uh, there were just a lot of things that were really nice for a new player last month when I started this account. So I felt like if I were to start a brand new account at that time point, then I could probably um, rush through things quicker. And so I just wanted to kind of wanted to do it, and I felt like if I were to actually share it with people, then I might enjoy it some more, which I think has been correct. I've been enjoying this a fair bit. Because if I was just doing this myself, I think I would have. Because I already have two accounts, right? I probably wouldn't have started a third account if I wasn't streaming this. The only reason I'm doing this is basically because I'm streaming it. Otherwise, the early part of the game is the part that sucks the most, I think, because it's just a lot of repetitive grind. The later parts are much more interesting because you have some very interesting fights that you can kind of try to solo and things like that. But the early part is interesting if you're actually new, right? If you're actually new, I think this is a very like honeymoon phase kind of thing, because you get strong really quickly, and that sense of progression, especially if you're the type of person who likes getting stronger faster, it helps you. I know at least when I was new, I was playing like crazy. I'm getting a little bit of that, right? Like a little bit of that even with this account, but it's not the authentic version because I've done this before. If I wasn't doing it on this, like if I wasn't doing it on the stream, I probably would not. I wouldn't have kept up with it. I already did it last year anyway, and even that was kind of crazy. Why did I start a second account? It's a lot of people have alts, but I'm probably one of the very few people that played their alt seriously. My alt is very strong. I'm pretty sure he's in like the 0.5% of all players in terms of strength. So for this account, I'm not gonna go all as far as my second account, but I will try to get him to like a state where I can say, hey, this is the end game. I mean, look, I made it kind of thing. Didn't tweet this or something. I did, right? Is nobody joining? Oh no, I didn't tweet. Okay, makes sense. People should have joined by now, otherwise. Right. Maybe not. It's okay, I have an on-demand senpai. Oh no, that's true. People started joining. So one of the things I need to do actually is join a crew. I haven't had time to search for a crew for this account. I'm not sure. For my other account, I actually, last year when I did this with my second account, I actually found a really nice crew. Were willing to take me on, even early on, and the deal was that I would do like their bare minimum, which was when I joined them it was 5 million, but they quickly changed that to 10 million or whatever. Um, I'm actually one of the strongest members on that crew, even with like just full auto. But I need to find a crew like that, a crew that's willing to take on new accounts that are not going to get primary focus, because I'm basically going to be contributing no honors, at least the upcoming Guild War. So if you guys have any idea for a crew that's going for like tier C or something, tier C and shield, let me know. I'm looking for a tier C and shield crew, I guess, for this account for the next Guild War. Oh, it died already. $200. Okay, I need to get a move on because I have to do this on my other two accounts too. Yeah, I really like talking to people when there is context. I don't like talking when there is no context. So one of the things that this gives me is a platform slash context to talk to people. And I really love Bramble as much as I hate it. I really hate this game, but I really love it too. So I'm just trying to spread the love and I guess also the hate. What can I say? I hate so many things about this game. I hate Casino. Number one. I don't know why Casino exists. Why is this thing here? Why? Please kill this thing. The rewards are nice, but you know, for a new player, you're forced to grind it so much. I've actually kind of gotten lucky with Casino on this account. I don't like this. I know it's entirely optional in some sense, but it's not really optional for a new player that wants to play the game seriously. Kinda have to do it a little bit at least. I don't like it. Like, if it only had skins and things like that, I wouldn't mind. But Anath and Moonlight Stone and you know, steel bars and things like that, that's they should just give it to the players for free or something at this point. They aren't even that strong anyway. Like it will go a long way, I think, towards improving the new player experience. If they got like, I don't know, 20 steel bars for free when they join or something. Because right now I cannot even make my all of like my, I cannot complete all my Genos. I cannot complete my class champion weapons because I have very few silver bars. At least it's 2 months in and I bought all the silver bars for both months, so I have 7 now. But at the start it's just like they should give out like at least 20 gold silver bars for free the day you join. They've done a bunch of things to help new players, like you know, giving Magna weapons and all that. But some of the things they're completely missing. And the second biggest thing I hate about the game is Arkham tickets for new players. I actually tweeted at them to add that to the Guild Wars boxes instead of the Damadust. Damadust does nothing, man. Nobody wants Damadust. How do they not get that feedback? It almost feels like Kmart is mad about nobody picking Damadust, so he's forcing it on everyone or something. I don't want Damadust. Like, I guess it's gonna add up eventually, so it's okay, but it does nothing. Add Arkham tickets that you missed. Now that would be something. That would be nice. It's like an obvious choice too. Like, okay, normal events you get the Damascus crystals that you missed. Guild Wars you get the Arkham tickets you missed. Easy, right? I don't see why they can't do that. It would help the new players so much. And they are complaining about their rationale for nerfs, and sometimes doesn't make sense. It's like we only have so few players that go to 10 boxes, but I don't think people that open less than 10 boxes really consider Granblue their game. It's like, you know, that's if you are going for 100 valors, you're gonna have more than 10 boxes, and that's your primary audience. That's who you should keep in mind. Yes, you want to help brand new players, but you want the brand new players to become dedicated players, right? If you're just getting brand new seasonal players all the time, that kind of doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, you want some of that too, for sure, but it's okay for people to play the game at their own pace. That's, you know, I don't hate on seasonal players or anything, but the goal of the game should be to get the new players to become dedicated players to whatever, you know, to the extent they can dedicate themselves to the game, right? So you want to make the game healthier, that's fine, right? Like Guild Wars is very unhealthy. Make it healthier, but not by like introducing arbitrary limits, which actually hurts the new players even more. You can make it healthier by improving the rewards for everyone. Do that instead. You know, so there are certain things about the game I don't really like. The user experience is very shitty. Things like upgrading skills, weapon skills is too painful. They try to improve it with some quality of life change, but the change they did is actually so complicated I don't understand how they had the resources to implement that, but not something very straightforward like add a challenge for skills. But I don't know their code base, so I shouldn't comment on it too much. And I guess at least they're trying, right? To give them credit, the game's quality of life, even in the time that I played, has improved a lot. And they have been trying to help the new players out a lot. It's just that some of their questions, some of their decisions actually, I think are misguided. And I really hope they do something about arcade tickets. Casino, I hate it, but hey, I hate that new players have to go do this side thing that has nothing to do with the game, just to gain some of the resources for the game. But the rewards are not bad, and I suppose it's not the worst thing in the world. But arcade tickets, you have no way to get around that. So I hope they will do something about the arcade tickets people missed. But yeah, the other thing the game is missing is like any sorts of really. They're trying to add like all these guides and things, but they are more focused towards. It's a picture of the grid that we recommend you go towards, but like, does it even make sense to go for that grid? You know, in Grand Blue Fantasy, the best way to progress, the optimal way to progress is probably to focus on the grid for the next skill words, right? Um, so I don't think the official guides even mention that. So that's where they're relying a lot on the community, and I guess this is my attempt to add something as a member of the community. Now, but at the end of the day, it's also for me to have fun. I need to find a I need to actually find like a GBH carry room for my daily host. Please give me a gold bar today. Thank you. Oh. Don't kick me. Oh, what? Have you hosted this? Okay, I didn't even know I hosted. Sorry guys. I already hosted it for today apparently. My bad. When did I host it? I was kind of like drunk on lack of sleep yesterday around 1 p.m. Right around reset. I must have hosted it right after reset. Because I was farming, I was doing this same thing with my other account. I was like a UBHL carry room. I was running one, so I must have hosted it after reset. Okay. So I hosted my BIHL and I hosted my UBHL. The one thing I want to do actually is try to be in a train, but these trains are all 200 plus, and I don't want to join a weaker room. Maybe he won't kick me. Thought I traded for that. Tracer trade, Tracer. Imperial Ascension. I didn't trade. Okay. I don't even know what Sierra says. Like, by the time she's done talking about it, I almost always have finished buying what I went in to buy. So I've actually never really. It's the 175 above. Yeah. I need to focus on getting the event done anyway first. Maybe I'll skip the UBHL turn for today. The thing is I'm really lacking for berries, so I don't want to do the train outside of Magnafest. So missing a day in Magnafest is actually kind of a big deal. Another thing I wish they would do is like Gambler Fantasy tends to have this problem with schedule where certain months are like really heavy. Like last month, they were even right now like running through like the day I started this account until right now. There's basically been no respite, right? There was Eternals event going on, then there was Xenos, couple of Xenos, then there was Rise of the Beast, all in very quick succession, right? And then so like I wish they would spread things out a little bit more, but like we're gonna get the Proving Grounds next. Early part of the year, it's kind of very heavy on content, or content rotation, because that's also when they introduced new raids. Like they've been introducing the dragon fights, right? Lindworm and all the other dragons this past month. But then, like 4 months from now, it's gonna be like, right now we had a Magna Fest for the entire month, right? But 4 months from now, there's gonna be no Mag Fest for like a couple months. There's gonna be no new raid, and even like things like Rise of the Beast and Xenos, they're only gonna come around like once every other month or so. So I think they can spread things out a little bit better. Because I don't like how certain months I feel like I'm working 3 times as hard, and then certain other months there's nothing to do. Though there's always something to do in Gamble, of course. The months that don't have too much going on, like no guild wars, no new raids and stuff, those months you still need to like do your daily raids for quartz and fodder, so that when the raids do come, you have fodder ready. Right? You need to go farm your gold bars and things like that. So there's always something to do. But still, I feel like certain months are just kind of crazy, and certain months are kind of boring in comparison. So I feel like they can even it out just a little bit better. Especially, I guess one thing that would help is if there was a guaranteed schedule for Magnafest, so that. Okay, sorry I missed your question entirely because I was talking. But yeah, I'll get back to your question just after I finish my train of thought. So yeah, I think it would really help players plan out their life a lot better. If just like how they do with Guild Wars, right? At the end of the Guild War, they announce next Guild War is gonna be on this day. I really wish they would do that with Magnafest. If at the end of each Magnafest, they would announce, hey, there might be a Magnafest before this date, but there is definitely going to be a Magnafest again at this date. That would help so much, like to plan things out, So that's one immediate thing that I can think of that they could do. Guild Wars. So the question is, since you mentioned Guild Wars, would you say it's better to do Extreme Plus with a lot of buttons or Extreme with less buttons? So if you cannot do Extreme Plus very quickly, right, what I would recommend is unlock it, host it, tweet it. Like you don't have to kill it yourself. People will come kill it for sure, right? And at the same time kill the so if you can unlock Extreme Plus, you can kill not the Extreme but the very hard very quickly, right? So do the very hard, because your goal is to just get meats and tokens really quickly, right? You want to stock up on meat and you want to get tokens really quickly. So I think the fastest way, if you can unlock Extreme Plus, that means you can kill Extreme quicker, right? Like with maybe 1 or 2 or maybe 3 buttons. You could be doing that, but I think the better thing to do is kill very hard on one window, and on another window just tweet out your Extreme Plus. People will come kill it. And then set a target for your meat, I don't know, 3,000, 4,000, something like that. That's more than enough to get 44 boxes. Far more than enough. And then you start hosting nightmares. That would be my recommendation for players who can do very hard quickly, but and can unlock Extreme Plus. If you cannot unlock Extreme Plus, I do the same thing. I can do the quest that you can do single player quest, right? Because up to very hard, all the Guild Wars stuff is single player. So like right now, right, I can host camping quest here, and then I can also host the impossible raid for the event here. Why can I host 2 different things? Because this is a single player quest and this is a multiplayer raid. So you can do that, right? But if they were both raids, then they wouldn't. It doesn't work. Like if I were to try to, let's say, if I wanted to try to host another raid here, like Tiamat Malice, it's not gonna let me because it's gonna say you have a raid in progress, right? So Guild Wars, if your goal is to gain meats and tokens early, just do a single player quest that you can do really quickly. So if you can unlock Extreme Plus, that means you can definitely one turn kill, maybe one button kill very hard, right? And then unlock the Extreme Plus and then just tweet that one out instead of taking like 5-6 buttons to kill it. That's the fastest way. Probably the most efficient for time. Time is really the more important resource, I think, for Guild Wars, more so than AP and EP and things like that. Um, did I not tweet this? Okay. But yeah, I think that's probably the fastest thing you can do until you can actually, kill extreme in like EX plus in one button or two buttons. Up to 3 buttons is okay, I think, but if you're taking like 5 or 6 buttons, then just tweet it, man, and do very hard instead. Okay. Of course, that's not the only way to play the game, right? And you also want to contribute honors to your crew. So it depends on how on board your crew is with your plan. If you signed up for a crew that says, you must do 10 million every day, then you have to take 10 million every day, right? Oh, I always said the meat instead of. Planning to leech Akasa, wasn't I? What the hell? There are a lot more people farming Akasa than I thought. Wow. That was a 100% HP tweet too. This is definitely gonna fill. Holy crap. They're challenging me now to join. So this raid tends to fail at the end if it fails at all. That's why like I'm not doing anything at the start when I'm joining it, because my goal is really just to leech it. But I do have just a little bit of damage. I can probably do like 3%, and people tend to die right at the end because there are a few triggers that kills people right at the end. The trigger is called purification. It does pain damage based on the number of turns you have taken. Since I haven't taken any turns, um, you know, I won't die from it. So, and I can probably pump out just enough damage to clean up some of the kills, not all of them. But that's why I'm not doing anything at the start. Just getting one button, and then I'm just waiting until it's stuck. Well, this field effect is just gonna like Akasa's field effect makes it so that you take a random amount of turns between 1 and 3 is to speed up the train. But her trigger, yes, a lot of her triggers are based on, because the assumption is that if you're doing her normally before she got creeped out, like power creep hit her really hard, but before that you would have taken like everybody would have taken like at least, let's say, 40-50 turns, right? Even if all 18 people were doing reasonable contribution, it would take like 50 turns per person when she was very new. So maybe 30 to 50, right? So that 60 got translated into a lot of damage. Probably enough to kill the entire parties. So that's why you had to bring like a way to survive the trigger. Either your backline had to be like strong enough to finish the raid, or you had to bring things like Titan or something to survive the plane damage trigger. But the other option that I'm doing right now is just don't take a turn, because she's most likely gonna die anyway without my doing anything. But in case I need to do a little bit of damage at the end, it's better if I contribute the damage at the very end rather than at the start. I do need to click a button though, because otherwise it's gonna say I was never in the raid. So I actually don't remember if she does her Skydrift trigger or if she does her purification. If you haven't taken a turn until this, let's watch. It's a Skydrift. That one should kill me, right? Oh, I think that one's also turn-based. Purification is the one that I was thinking of. That's like a lot of damage, but actually don't remember the values on that. So C does a Skyrift if you even if you haven't moved 3%. What I do know is that when I soloed her, one of the things to be careful if you're trying to solo Akasa is if you have like the full, if your diamonds are full and if she has this effect called karma. Let me go in here and I'll show you what I mean. So I can't show it because it's already at 10%. But one of our triggers around 20, like below 25%, is called karma, and that's also a normal Ogi, like both normal and overdrive Ogi. She does this special attack called karma, which gives her a buff here, and then the next Ogi from her is going to be purification. So if she has karma on and if the diamonds are full, then at 3% she doesn't do Skyrift, she actually does purification. So if you're trying to solo her, you have to be careful that at 3% it's possible that you might be taking 2 plain damage triggers and not just one. So it's better to have 2 titans handy or 2 ways to like not die, you know. Nowadays it's not as big a problem, of course, because Dark has near and all that. Lots of ways to come back to life or do not die. But the very first solos, I'm pretty sure I was the first guy to solo this with Dark, because the first solos were with light and almost timed out. Like there were Japanese players just spamming turns with the light. I did it with Dark, I think like 2 months in or something. First time around. Zero and when even Fairy got out, so that meant I actually have been like 4 or 5 months in. I did it with Zero, Fairy and Paladin Claris. So that was actually more like 4 months in. At least I don't remember seeing like anybody post a Dark tweet or anything like that before I did it. It's gotten a lot more easier than that now. You can like actually even like a few months after that, as soon as because Dark didn't have a Seraphic when I first did it, right? So now you have a Seraphic weapon, and you have Dark Opus weapons and all that. It got like, then you know Hades went from 120 to 140. Lots of things improved for Dark on element damage. With just the Seraphic, and I don't remember if I had the Dark Opus or not. I did like another video with no refresh solo of Akasa like in 2019 already, I think. It was super easy. So I forgot to tweet this out. I think at this point, like today, if somebody were to go try to solo Akasa, I'd be shocked if it doesn't finish in like 30 minutes without refresh with the Dark setup. Power creep is real. I can clean this up for sure. So I thought, die please. Alright, Kolulu power. Kolulu. I don't think they're gonna like, nerf her or anything. It's just that when the meta moves away from her, right, it's gonna be a little bit. They kind of already have tried, I guess. I think one of the goals that they probably have with the whole V2 thing is to break some of the more popular characters like that. I don't know if they have anything in plan for Kolulu specifically, but it kind of sucks how much it breaks Bal and Stariola. Like the Wind Evoker, the old man Evoker from Wind. He goes from. I doubt that. I don't think they will do that. Kolulu is going to stay ticketable. Jui was the reason they put her Jui was the other way, right? Jui was so limited that it was unfair that new players could not get her, like all year around. They had to wait for summer, right? Whereas Kolulu, you can already ticket. So if they were to put her into Flash Fest, then that's not gonna go well. Because with Jui, they were actually being nicer to the player base, right? They were saying, okay, we understand everybody needs her, so we're just gonna let you have a chance at her more often. But if they were to do that with Kolulu, yeah, that's not gonna go well. My god, I cannot join any of these. Kasa is way more popular than I thought. Alright, I'm convinced I should farm a Kasa. On my other accounts, that is. Because if it's that active, that must mean she dies even faster now. She used to die like in 2 minutes or so last time I was farming her. But can get to the blue chest threshold in like 1 minute, basically, less than a minute. It takes me about 55 seconds, I think, to get to 1.5 million on my main anyway. So the only annoying thing was that then I get the blue chest, then I have to wait for the raid to die. Like that's why I wasn't farming her as much. Sometimes, especially after I stop doing damage, you go on for like maybe even 3 more minutes before she actually died. If she's gonna die faster, I'll do her. Outside of a train, that is, yeah, train she always dies fast. Kolulu, kolulu, kolulu. And the crazy thing is, when I play my other account side, I don't have sound on. I know Grand Blue Fantasy has a very nice OST, so it's kind of crazy that I try and play with sound off. But I don't have sound on, so I actually never heard Kolulu's voice until I started playing this account. She has a very nice voice, I guess. But the chainsaw is spam, man. Chainsaw! Why is he saying chainsaw anyway? Still 150 to go through, oh my god. Granble's sound is not bad, it's just that you're going to be refreshing so much that the sound, like, right? It's a little sad if you think about it. It's nice when you solo stuff though. I strongly recommend everyone to try soloing all the raids in the game. At least a few times. It's very fun. Like any raid that you can solo, go solo. You'll appreciate the game a lot more. Now, of course, some solos you have to refresh again. Like Lucy solo, you're not gonna be able to do that without refreshing. But even that is an experience of its own, I guess. Yeah, when I record like a solo, I actually got this idea from my crewmate, Link, and Resilient. But basically nowadays when I do Lucy solos, I'm trying to record it or stream it. I play the OST in the background myself. And just so when I'm refreshing, the music doesn't stop. making sure I actually press the button. So I also mentioned this before a couple of days, but apparently a lot of even veteran players didn't know this. You don't have to go to these buttons to move around, alright, between characters, because that's kind of slow, right? You click this, then you move around, right? Like, your mouse has to move a lot. You can just like hold down here and then just whenever that stupid pop-up happens, you can't do that, but you can just like go between the characters by just moving your mouse instead, like on the spot. Right? You don't have to go click the button. You can just swap between them like this. So I normally don't capture my mouse when I record, but I'm doing it for this stream, just so people notice things like that, where my mouse is whenever I'm taking actions. Because normally I like to turn it off just so people don't see it, just how kind of crazy mouse movement can be sometimes. Yeah, apparently a lot of like even my crewmates didn't know, even though they've been playing for a while, that you can actually do this, like go between. That saves you a lot of time. Even going, if you have to go click, you don't want to move the mouse so much. Like for this account, it's not that much of a concern because I'm already doing like two, three different things, right? And I'm moving the mouse a lot. But if you're like let's say trying to grind out like rank 275 or something, then what you actually ideally want to do is not move at all. So you want to like I think pick this one, like third one, like keep the mouse resize your window and your mouse so that like you only have to click one thing, and then you turn full auto on, right, or semi auto on, whichever one is based on your kill, and then you just click it like so. Right now it will be this doesn't work because of this skip thing, but if you change the sizes and play around with your window setup a little bit, you can get a place where you know the pre-battle charge that if you have pre-battle auto attack on, then you can just click click click, right, without moving a mouse. That saves you a lot of time. um, it's not as much of a concern if your ping is bad and things load slow, but to like do this very efficiently you would want to do it on a very fast ping. The option for foreign players living outside Japan is to get a VPS. You can do that by signing up for Google Compute or something. There are, I think Google Compute has a free trial, Azure has a free trial, AWS probably has a free trial too. But the one I use is Google Compute for this. Um, it'll last you the whole year pretty much. There's a guide on Reddit actually. Somebody wrote out very nice steps for doing that. I should like make a compilation list somewhere for things like that and probably put it on my channel somewhere. I'll do that sometime. But apparently like this isn't actually common knowledge that you don't have to click this. You can just move around. Sometimes I do prefer to click rather than move around because the game gets finicky. It doesn't register clicks sometimes, so like it doesn't register that you have put your mouse button down. So sometimes it doesn't swap. So if I'm trying to do like something super sensitive, then I'll go click it instead. The game tends to register that a little bit better, but most of the time I'm just grinding stuff, right? I just want to do things faster. probably want the blade first before anything else. It's probably the most useful one because it makes you land debuffs. If I decide to do something more difficult earlier. The other one I want is the axe. The spear is nice too. It's a very good fireman hand, and I do have especially I got lucky. Uh, well, I got just a little lucky. I didn't get the rest of the zodiacs, but I got Sip. So between Sip and Zeta, I could do like a, and I guess Hellas also, but she doesn't really count. She's too weak. Between if she ever gets her event back, so that I can have her. Between Zeta and Sip, I could do like a fire spear party. But I think the first one I want from Akasa is probably the blade. Blade, axe, and then the spear, I think. Of course, yeah, I want all of them. The bow is kinda very special use case though. It's a lot less powerful if you cannot guarantee critical hits. If you can guarantee critical hits, then it's very powerful. Makes me think that I should actually host my own Akasa too. I can, right? The requirement was just to have Port Obama Tachel hosted. Yeah, I can host her. I should do that. One of them is Lucy Normal. What's the other one? With light, it's going to be a lot harder because you can't cheese things as easily. But it's definitely possible. Light is probably also going to let you like full auto things, um, so you don't have to like do as much manual as with dark. But it's going to be slower for sure. I think any element can do it honestly. Some elements are going to struggle a lot, like Earth is going to have a really hard time with some of the content, but it really depends on what you mean by like. Also depends on what the definition of endgame is, right? Like right now, other than dark, other elements can't really compete at the actual endgame. That's you know, Akasa, UBHL. The best setups are dark, right? There are certain others like there is a Earth setup for UBHL. there are setups for almost all elements. I think there is even a water setup. Um, there's definitely an earth setup. There's definitely a fire setup. I haven't seen a wind one actually. But wind can do it anyway, right? Like it might not be as fast, but I'm pretty sure wind can do it. But the problem is they're not as fast. Dark is the fastest. Um, and then in Akasa, other elements at this point cannot compete. It's all dark. So, but that doesn't mean it's gonna stay that way, right? And but the point is to rush and like the early part of the game with Summersby and it's like a somewhat scuffed enmity grid. Um, you can rush through it so quickly, right? With light, it's gonna be a lot harder. It's possible, like the rank quest is not very difficult to kill, even for other elements. Dark just has a big advantage because it's the quest itself is light. So if nothing else, you can just dump it. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna nerf. I think they are most likely just planning to buff the other elements some way. I mean, in a way, the entire last year was them trying to make the other elements catch up to fire, right? I think they just overestimated how strong fire actually was, um, and then they underestimated just how good some of the other elements like dark were. But after Alanan, they thought, because for a while the fire was all the craze, right? But really, fire wasn't that far ahead. It required strike time. It required Alanan, and even then, it wasn't so far out to the gate that other elements could not compete at all. Dark is kind of crazy right now. That said, under certain scenarios, certain other elements can already compete or even beat, right? Like light is very strong in very fast Portabama Techel rooms. Um, light is technically better in Grand Order. The setup is just much more expensive though. The other thing about light is that, right? Dark is that the dark setups are just super cheap. Whereas for light, both in terms of characters and in terms of the grid, you need to invest a lot more. As for well, actually, if you just take that into Grand Order, you're just gonna die. What you just said. Yes, those characters are the core characters. But if you just take that, you're gonna just die. You need some safety. So either some people run Vira or something, but the best character to take is actually Summer Alex. Because then you have complete safety until Jian gets her skills, right? And then you can make Summer Alex die to like some other trigger, or if nothing else, then 50% will kill her. And then Hal Mal comes out. So you run Halisena and Jian in the front, and you keep Hal Mal in the back. Then you just spam turns until your stuff is ready. Because Aphrodite needs you need to have tanked at least 3 Ogis or triggers before Aphrodite gives her killing effect. So you need to survive like at least 3 triggers or Ogis. And those light characters don't like getting hit. Alasana in particular. Also, because you are going to be focusing on damage, your grid is actually going to give so little HP. It's also all stamina based, right? Unlike Dark, so you don't want to lose HP. So that's why you need some defensive character to enable that setup. The best one is Summer Alex, even though she's not light. Yeah, you don't need that though, right? Like you can do just fine. For Grand Order, yes, that's the fastest, most reliable setup. But you don't need that setup exactly. Even with light, you can just like take double Geos, and take the three characters you mentioned, or even with some safety, maybe Vira to tank a little bit early on or something. Did I not tweet this as well? I did. Okay. Yeah. Um, and if you just mass, like, you can run like a grid green, but she's probably gonna die before you get to summoning the green. Uh, you can take a support green one option, but that's not as good. It's also not the worst thing though. I've definitely seen videos of support green on Grand Order with light. But regardless, the setup is much more expensive compared to dark. Mhm. Hey, I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or what. Thank you. Yeah, but in this case, I'm gonna mostly skip Mega 2 because for what I'm going for, Magna 2 is not super relevant. I'll slowly acquire them, but I'm not gonna actively grind for them. At least not right now. Maybe in the next MagFest I will grind a couple of them. Um, I think I will focus on cheaper primal Highlander setups though. Outside of the actual endgame grid that I'm going for, other grids I don't care to be optimal. Good enough is good enough. Okay, so is that in terms of like you can't understand my voice, or is it that you could not understand what I was saying, like some of the terms or something? Um, Either way, what I was saying was I'm going to not grind Magna 2 um, on this account, or at least not right now. Um, for now, my primary focus is to just get a Dark Highlander setup. And Highlander setup is basically just a setup that revolves around this weapon, right? Scales of Dominion, Novice Scales, very famous, infamous weapon. Probably already heard of this if you have grinded out Magna 2. Um, but it gives you like damage cap and EX mod as long as the grid is Highlander, which means that you only have one copy. Ah, I see. Okay, I'll try to I'll try to speak a little bit slower. I've gotten that feedback before from people that I tend to speak a little quicker. It's because my native tongue also is very fast. Like people speak very fast. Yep, I like it a lot. It gives a way for people to work towards grids, right? You don't need multiple copies of multiple, expensive weapons to get going. It's really helpful for a lot of the elements that have some really strong free weapons. Then you can, invest a little bit into, you know, invest not necessarily like by paying money, but in-game resources also, like, you can make targeted sparks for the grand that helps the most or something like that. Slowly fill out, and they're also only gonna get stronger because as new weapons are introduced, right? If the weapon is really strong, then you want that in the grid. But there are already very strong weapons that we have in the game, right? So most likely you're gonna have new weapons with a new unique skill, right? Not exactly power creeping the old weapon, but keeping a new skill. So you want one copy of the weapon more likely than multiple copies. Like for Dark, right? The latest grand weapon is Sunya, which is this harp, right? Now, it does have enmity, but it doesn't just have, a big, massive normal mod like Blood Gang does, for example. So this is not a Blood Gang replacement. It's just a interesting weapon that has slightly different skills, right? So with the Highlander grid just got stronger because now that means that I can run my Dark Opus weapon as enmity. Well, that was if you wanted to do like stamina, right? And people, three is okay to start, but people actually went for five or something, or even more. But even if you wanted to play enmity, not stamina in dark, you needed like three slabs or something. But now, with Highlander, you can get essentially the same power level. What happened? Yeah, but Highlander grids are cheap, and more importantly, you can build them, you know, slowly. Like you don't have to. Well, that was true for the older grand weapons based grid too. Like you didn't need like all five fallen swords, for example. If you wanted to play Stamina Dark, you could start with a couple. but you wouldn't get almost the full power right away, right? But with Highlander grids, with just free weapons and some stuff, you can just you can use the next best option for each slot and not feel bad, right? That's the important thing, because you're no, I actually run Highlander everywhere. You were not here earlier, I think, but I showed like on my other account here. I was showing I run Highlander for everything. Hmm. This is my Highlander wind. The only grand weapons are a Grimly Spear and a um, Monica Katana, Sky Ace, and whatever this weapon is called, Vortex of the Void, right? Um, I actually also do have a reunion, but this is my Ogi setup. So for this one, I didn't really. I have the Ogi the version with the reunion. This version is just strong enough to do anything that I might want to do. Then I run Light Highlander. Where is it at? Here. I run it on Guild Wars. I solo Nightmare 150 with this. It's just fine. It's not a bad option at all. Mostly free weapons, right? Like what is the grand here? There's Certificus and then Eden. Only 2 grand weapons. Which I think I got like multiple copies of Certificus. I only spent like 1 bar on here on this one. I think I spent 2 bars on this one. I just combined the others. Dark is of course obvious because very famous. And then of course Earth because of Kaim. I actually have a katana. I haven't updated the grid though. I have a Kane katana now. Why would I marry Nier? She dies most of the time, man. Most of the time you're killing Nier, right? Most of the time what I do is, Nier just dies. Like, there's no point in marrying her. She didn't die so much then. So for for fire also, like I don't like. This is actually meant to be a Highlander, but I didn't update the grid. Let's see. This is actually the Magna version that I used to full auto things, but this is the Highlander version. Sibabo is not even like. It's just 0-star Sibabo, but it still gives you sentence. That's why I'm running this. Yeah, this does a lot of damage. It can one turn kill. Comes close to one turn killing the EX plus. I think I might need to do something else here. Yeah, I think the only thing I need to do is actually change the opus to ULB opus. Then I think it will kill. I think this one's definitely not dying. 1 hour 7 minutes. This one fell very early. But yeah, as far as Nia goes, she's an interesting character and all that. I, I like her design a lot, but I'm too too competitive, too esports to waste a ring on her. Maybe with her, her whenever she gets a 5-star and she doesn't die as often, I have a reason to run her in the front line without her dying. Then I'll ring her. But Six on the other hand, Six is a god. You use him everywhere. He does damage everywhere. He even saves the team now. Plus 6 is cute, man. Why do you hate? Co-op, right? You just full auto that. It used to be much worse when you could not full auto that shit. Before full auto it was such a pain. Oh my god. But thank god for full auto. Thanks to full auto, now I can just full auto Astaroth or Doggo whenever I feel like it. When I'm watching something or maybe even cooking or like just out to eat something. Just do it on my phone. It's one of the few things I can do on phone. Well, if I'm on the computer, like if I'm home and I'm watching anime or something, I just bring my alt anyway. What do you mean like Nihonjin? If you're talking about the dark full auto video that's on YouTube, it's from my crewmate. He's not Nihonjin. He's American. His name is in Japanese, but that doesn't mean he's Japanese. A lot of people think he's Japanese just because, he has videos with a Japanese name and his video description has Japanese and all that. But he's not actually Japanese. There is another one video, of course, from an actual Japanese guy, but there is that, and there's also, if you're making videos for Game Blue Raid, a lot of your target audience is going to be Japanese, so it's just a fact of life. You're going to have to include, your video description has to include Japanese. I don't bother with that so much, but I also don't know Japanese, that's the problem. Not sure why I play this game so seriously when I don't know Japanese. Okay, that's a very interesting name. See this guy's name? I am not Lolicon. Right, totally, I believe you. That's why you had to announce it. It's kind of like, someone saying, I don't beat my wife at home or something. Kind of like, I didn't say you did, but Now that you say you don't, I'm wondering if you do. What the hell? Let me track. I should track the keys, I think. 38. Akasa weapons are actually interesting, right? Because to get them and to FL with them, you need to get the silver shards, which you can only really get by. Am I grinding for Opus on Cap or Hollow Sky? Um, right now, I think I am interested in getting a couple of Hollow Sky weapons. At least the Dark Blade and the Earth Axe. But if I don't get there, that's fine, because I don't have the Eternal, right? So I don't really have a way, as I was just about to talk about. Uh, I don't really have a way to get the Silver Shards reliably. I cannot target it, right? So, given that, I'm just gonna leech it for now because it's Magnafest and it's kind of free compared to outside of Magnafest. But I'll stop once I have like 100 keys. So that's for 2 opuses. After I have two, after I have enough for 2 opuses, I'll just stop. Hopefully within that I get like if I get lucky with the things that I can pick up at least this one or this one. That would be nice, but if they are not spread out well, that's fine. I'm just gonna take my keys for my Dark Opus. I need quartz though. I need so much quartz. I'm not gonna reduce a cane, but I am tempted to. But yeah, as far as Hollow Sky weapons go, that's actually one content that I've not completed on my second account. I never did Akasa really on that account. So I only have like half of the weapons. I haven't finished the others. But I should probably go farm some bars on that. Ah, well, the other ones are useful too. They can add quite a bit of damage, provided you fulfill the conditions. Like, and I think this adds quite a bit of damage actually, especially if you don't have like a fully decked out grid. Then if you can slot this in. But this one's a really important weapon to think of if you're trying to like do very hard solos. If you're trying to do a Lucy solo, for example, you should always consider this weapon because a lot of the times you get to like last 10% and he's going to be in Paradise Lost unless you delay him or something. And you try to delay him and it misses and you are screwed. I'm totally not speaking from experience. This weapon helps against that. Hmm. Still have a lot left. I think I want to finish this actually, so that I don't have to worry about it tomorrow. I'll just play one more hour, I guess. I want to finish the event. How many boxes do I have so far? Kinda curious. I've never done it like this before. Not that. That's actually not that many tokens. Okay. So, one of the more important uses of, or one use of multi-boxing is this actually. Let me show you. So, there is like a empty space. Okay. So now if I were to refresh the space, right? And you go to token draw. I think it's this page or the other page, yeah. So the reset button is here. So you don't have to like, you can just reset it here. And then you can just draw another one here. And if you refresh this one here, you don't have to wait for the, because otherwise there's like another page in between. Like it would take you to this page basically to refresh. But if you just open two windows, you can do that. So especially during Guild Wars when you have like I don't know 50-60 boxes. Now they're nerfing that of course, but it was common for people to get at least 50-60 boxes. That helps a lot. That grenade seems like it won't die. Rank 174. Okay. 11 ranks to go. try to kill this, but probably should wait. Oh, it died. I thought I was gonna need to clean up. Thankfully not. I hate when this happens. The game is not responding to my clicks. See this? Always happens in unfortunate timing too. I didn't mean to read that. Okay, never mind. Would be kind of nice if I got a little bit more nightmare procs, because any extra token goes a long way. Probably best to retreat from this one. He won't die. Fine. I was really questioning if I should do that one of the spear first. Anyway, So if it's not gonna let me do the spear, I'm gonna do the. Not gonna let me do the katana. I'm gonna do the spear first then. I'd rather spin the SSR, I think. So about this spear, that's actually probably the strongest, uh, just by itself. The only problem is there aren't that many spear classes. But just this pattern alone makes it worth it. but oh, makes sense. 11 to 12 is 2 SR for extra. Okay, good enough for now. I wanna make a dark party to test it out. Make the other one too. See no weapons. Not that one. I just made that one. Oh. Right. That's why I had to decide between the two. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I think the Xeno has to be stronger than probably the spear. Oh, I have to select it. Okay. I have to again hit select here. Let's see. What if I drop HP to 1? According to it, this spear is better. I'm a little surprised, but I don't have the killing sword at SL 10, I guess. Anyway. Not exactly sure what I'm trying to do here. I just want to see some damage number, I think, to see how much the main character actually does with this. Little bit surprised that it's not. I expected main character to do a little bit more, I guess. But Black Knight and Kolulu are still stronger. Interesting. So what happened there was the rig got full, but I happened to do it at the same time as the other quest, and so the message changed to the usual conflict message when you try to do two actions at the same time. But then it interfaces to the actual correct error message, which is that the raid had filled up. I don't think I can do 4%, but let's try. The reason I don't want to go early is because um, the early part is the part that is easier. So it's at this point that the rate tends to fail. So if I'm gonna contribute any damage at all, I want to contribute at the end. If I'm needed at all. But I don't think 4%. At least somebody else also seems to be alive. The host itself, I said. The host is alive, so. But yeah, I think that much I can do.
に消えうを授けよう。チェン
そんなに死に急ぎたいか。
逃げても無駄だよ。
What does camping quiz keep? Well, sorry, I'm a little late to notice your question. I was doing some nonsense in my Arknights. But what does camping quiz keep? Camping quest basically gives you a lot of very easy to gain rank points and experience points. That's probably the biggest draw. But it also gives you these white dragon skills. You need a shit ton of them to get eternals. It gives you good fodder, so weapon and sliming is not better because for there are a couple reasons. One is sliming actually is slower because it has a transition screen, right? Sliming has two screens, right? So between the first screen and second screen, you're doing nothing, but there is like a screen transition which just slows you down. Whereas with this raid, you're just like if you're taking an action at all, you're getting something out of it. Um, and then the other thing is sliming actually it doesn't give you pots back, whereas this quest gives you pots back. Um, it's only active during Magnafest, right? Uh, you will slowly but steadily get AP back for doing this. You're actually gonna gain more pots than you have spent. With sliming, it's the other way. You're gonna slowly lose with sliming. But yeah, also sliming doesn't give you like the white dragon scale and prisms. So this thing can drop white dragon scales, some orbs. It can also drop prisms, which actually I've been forgetting to trade. So prisms are another thing that you need for prisms are another thing you need for eternals, and you should try to trade for them every day. Especially this flawed prism, you can only trade for 75 each day. So you should try to trade for this flawed prism thing, because the flawless prism is actually really easy to get. It was very fast. I mean, I've only been playing this like my day 19. I think on average I've been playing like 4 hours maybe every day. Some days I've gone longer, like tonight. I think this is like my 9th or 10th hour at this point. When did I start? I started at 3, right? So this is actually my 7th hour, I think. Not as much as I thought, but for the most part I've just been ranking up with this, and this is still the fastest way. I'm not even being the most efficient with this, right? Because I'm not focusing just on it. I'm not using a PPS or anything, so I'm loading slower than I potentially could, and then I'm also doing some of the other things on the side. So I'm not focused on it 100% of the time. But regardless, this is the most efficient way to rank. So like all the people that are ranked 275 already, this is what they did. They spam this quest hard. No problem.
少しついてこれる時空の彼方に消え失せろ
Okay, I got to box number 15. I don't think I'm gonna be able to open the other box completely because I only have like 20 minutes left. So I think if I were to try to do this again with just impossible, then in total I probably need yeah, about 700 meat from where I started, which was like box number 6. Someone just texted me, sorry. Give me a second. Okay, I think I'm almost done anyway for today. Went a little bit longer than I intended to. But I still do have to repeat this on my other accounts. Unfortunate.
逃げても無駄だよ。ドランクが
I think I'm more or less done for the day. I only have like a few hosts left for tomorrow, so it's like 2 more hosts. So I'll just do that later whenever I stream tonight. So my goal for today wasn't really an explicit goal. It was just to gain more ranks. It was rank 185. I'm at 174 right now. I did do my daily hosts. I wanted to gain as many token boxes as possible in the event. Ended up finishing my uh, all the hosts that I could finish with. I had about 400 when I started today, so I ended up at like box 15, which is okay. Ideally, I would have hit box 20, but the event is not my main focus, and I couldn't really kill the bosses anyway. I guess I can do this while I'm talking here. Um, I think you're supposed to focus the pixie first.
任せてごめんそこまでごめん渾身の一撃ってやつこれならどう
But yeah, so
許さないんだから
I'm just trying to take this account through Gamble Fantasy and try to get it as strong as quickly as possible. Um, in case you're new and you haven't been following me for a while. And so far, I've just on week one I unlocked all the magnitude raids. The main reason to rush that was actually to save time hosting Magna Plus. And then other than that, I've just really been focusing on ranking up hard. I picked up some of the very important free weapons like Kirin weapons just from Bleaching Kirin, Bahamut weapon from the What Makes the Sky Blue uh, side story. So I got to rank 50, chapter 54, and just to be able to do that side story and also to start Archive, of course. And then what's the other key thing that I've done here? So because the Magnafist is running right now and it's much more efficient to grind rank during Magnafist with the special campaign quest, that's what I've been doing. So the key points for rank are like rank 101 so that you have access to HL pendants and high level raids, or impossible raids as the game calls it in the English version. And then, so I did that first, started getting my pendants, and also just so I can start hosting these guys, the Magna 1 HL raids. Then the next key rank point was 120 so I could do Magna 2 to unlock Magna Plus. The only key one after that is really rank 155 for the HP node EMP. Right, so there's like total party HP node, EMP node here. So actually put points in here while I'm here. Then there are certain other EMPs that are nice to have also, but the rank 170 is a key point because at that point I can actually host all the raids in the game. I can host, but that doesn't mean people will come join it. Now, so for now, my goal is just to keep ranking. The next key rank point is 185 because that's where I get a second set of this HP node. So at that point, if I were to put in a little bit more HP weapons and things like that, then I would probably hit the HP threshold for even Fasan or something. So hopefully I get to 185 before the Magnafest ends. And in the meantime, I'm just trying to get some fodder, trying to get boxes open. I think that wasn't actually enough. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention here. I thought it was. If you focus Pixie, I thought it was gonna kill you. But alright, let's do it again. I only have one host left, right? Yeah, one impossible host left. So on this stream, primarily like whenever I'm streaming for the next few months, this is what I'll be doing. I'll be playing this new account. Occasionally I'll play my other main accounts to try to do like some very hard content, like maybe Lucy solos or something like that. I should do that a little bit more often, I think, but I haven't been doing that as much lately. Because it's really because I'm focusing on this account during Back Fest.
勝負はこっからだ。渾身の一撃ってやつ？お茶の子開催。もう許さないんだから。どっせそりゃ。
But yeah, I'm pretty much done for today. I really wanted to just finish all the things that I wanted to do in this event, which was I had gathered up a bunch of host material, and I wanted to just run through them because I need to also do the event on my other accounts. That doesn't really do anything to it. So I need to kill this before this third thing comes alive. Yeah, it was just bad RNG last time. I didn't really do anything different. Okay. So anyway, if you guys want to follow along with the progress on this account, or if you want to just follow my stream in general for whenever I stream some of the other, I'm really I don't really play other games right now. I only play Grand Fantasy. Um, so I would appreciate if you guys are interested. Please follow. Otherwise, I hope to catch you sometime anyway. Alright, stay safe, guys. Thank you so much for coming along. Have a good